Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June 18th, 2026 agenda meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. I'm Katie Sieben, the chair of the commission. I'll take the role of the other commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
And Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
We have one item on our agenda today. Mr. Manning, thanks for all of your work, to you and our staff for the work between last week's hearing and today. Will you please introduce the item again for us?
Okay, thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Today's agenda item is deliberations for docket number E002/GR24320 in the matter of the application of Northern States Power Company, DBA Xcel Energy, for authority to increase rates for electric service in the state of Minnesota. This docket was also on the agenda last week for oral arguments. Questions before the Commission today are, should the Commission adopt the recommendations in the ALJ report? If not, what level of revenue is appropriate for the company during the test years? And how should that revenue be collected from customers? There are a few items that have been filed since the last meeting.
Few? What's your definition of few?
There have been a bunch of items that have been filed since the last meeting. Several commissioners, as well as Xcel, Energy Sense, the Office of the Attorney General, Citizens Utility Board, Department of Commerce, and Xcel Large Industrials have filed preferred and amended decision options and responses to those since the last meeting. Topics covered by various parties included ramp funding, return on equity, executive compensation, as well as a variety of corrections and general preferences as far as decision options. Staff has filed a compilation of decision options on Tuesday, the 16th. This compilation includes all proposed decision items through the 15th on Monday. Parties have been told that they're going to get 5 minutes for opening statements, and staff and parties are available.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. As Mr. Manning stated, we'll begin with comments from each of the parties. You're welcome to address whatever you'd like, including the filings that have been made since we last met. We'll begin this morning with Xcel Energy. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy. Thank you again for the time today to provide our thoughts on the Commissioner proposed decision options. I'll spend my time focusing on the decision options related to our cost of capital and the prepaid pension asset. So beginning with ROE, the company's proposed 10.3% ROE relies on the methodology used by the Commission in past cases. The ALJ deviated from that methodology somewhat in supporting his recommended 9.8% ROE. But as we noted, we appreciate that he provided a thorough analysis of the record and applied the facts to the law as he saw them. From the proposed decision options of commissioners, the highest proposed ROE right now is 9.6%. As we noted in our letter of 2 days ago, applying that change to the ALJ's recommendations without any other adjustments to his report would result in an additional annual reduction of approximately $20 million from the ALJ's recommended result and lead to rate increases that are well below the current rate of inflation. Regardless, we believe that adopting a 9.6% ROE along with our current capital structure would give the company the ability to continue providing reasonable service to our customers and meet our financial needs, but we will need to work hard to manage our costs and find additional efficiencies. We also recognize and share in the Commission's continued concern about the affordability challenges faced by some of our customers. We've worked with other parties, as the Commission requested, and we can commit to ensuring that the ramp gets the needed startup funding of approximately $6 million per year through 2028, even with the proposed reduction to late payment fees that Commissioner Partridge suggested last Thursday. This would result in company contributions totaling approximately $8 million that we would not recover. But to do this, we need an appropriate cost of capital. An ROE of 9.6 with our proposed capital structure would achieve that result. And that brings us to capital structure. On that, the decision options proposed by Commissioner Hom's 2001A Parts A and B would reduce the company's revenue requirement by tens of millions of dollars in a way that was not recommended by any of the parties, their experts, or the ALJ. So there's no evidence in this record on the reasonableness of a different capital structure or the impact that a different capital structure would have on the company or our customers. In addition, the Commission approved our current capital structure in our last annual capital structure docket. And in its order, the Commission required the company to provide more information in our next annual filing on the differences between XEI's and NSPM's capital structures, an explanation of why those differences are reasonable, and analysis of different hypothetical capital structures. We plan to make that filing this coming August, but for now we're managing our balance sheet to the Commission's approved capital structure in this case. Decision Option 2001A Part C would approve our current capital structure but on conditions. We oppose this option for two reasons. First, it attempts to impose requirements on the company and presumably on XEI about what information must be included in SEC filings, the content of which is governed by federal securities law. Second, it requires the company to demonstrate something that it cannot demonstrate, namely that specific dollars that come to the holding company from its debt issuances are not the specific dollars included in equity distributions to any operating company. Dollars cannot be tracked this way, and we're unaware of any regulator in any state ever establishing this type of requirement. With respect to prepaid pension asset, as discussed in our June 15 letter, we oppose the Commissioner decision options because they do not account for the governing appellate court decisions. Those decisions confirmed that our mandatory contributions to pension plans are an expense of a capital nature, and that the Commission must consider when setting rates. The Court remanded the matter to this Commission to determine a single issue, whether the contributions we've made above the amount recovered in rates have come from shareholder funds. The ALJ answered this exact question on this record in findings 355 and 360. The ALJ found that the prepaid pension asset consists solely of shareholder contributions and that the company is entitled to earn a return on these shareholder contributions. He accepted the company's agreement in this case to the Department's alternative that we earn a return at a rate consistent with our long-term debt, which we made in an effort to resolve the issue. So we ask that the ALJ's decision on this issue be approved. Those are the comments I have for now, but obviously our full decision options have been addressed in the briefing papers and our letters. But thank you again for your time.
Next will be the XLI. After XLI's Suburban Rate Authority, then the Energy Sense Coalition, and next the joint interveners, who I understand are online. Mr. Moratzka, good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning. Andrew Moratzka on behalf of Stoll Reeves on behalf of the Xcel Large Industrials. We appreciate Commissioners the additional opportunity to comment on the staff consolidated decision options. We generally believe that what's reflected in there reflects XLI's position with one minor adjustment, and that is on 4020, XLI believes that 4020A is preferred over 4020. It's in the class cost of service study volume. XLI will use the remainder of the time today to briefly comment on the additional and unsolicited briefing by Xcel and Energy Sense Coalition on the issue of the ROE. XLI supports the positions taken by the Department and Citizens Utility Board. While ECC participated as a party on rate design issues, there's no record evidence ECC has reviewed, briefed, or otherwise participated on the extensive record surrounding ROE. Xcel appears to have manipulated that lack of participation to its advantage to the detriment of ratepayers as a whole. As discussed at length last week and in detail in briefing, the long-standing principles in establishing ROE support at a minimum holding ROE at 9.25% and, as suggested by XLI and CUB, actually lowering it. The Commission can get to that result in multiple ways. First, there's the risk adjustment that was proposed by XLI. Again, emphasizing that of the 58 utilities in the proxy group, only 7 other utilities have as many adjustment mechanisms, 6+, as Xcel. Second, Xcel has conceded in its brief, citing the testimony of its own witness, that there are 3 factors, not just comparability to other customers, but adequacy to allow the company to attract capital and sufficiency to ensure the company's ability to maintain its financial integrity. XLI established, and it was unrefuted, that the company has had, at a 9.25 ROE, no problem attracting capital. And second, the company did not refute XLI's analysis that reducing the ROE would not impact the financial integrity of Xcel. Therefore, XLI continues to support its recommended ROE of 8.96. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. The Suburban Rate Authority. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair Sieben. I'm Joe Saffey with the Suburban Rate Authority and the law firm of Kennedy and Graven. The Suburban Rate Authority does not have any supplement to comment from last Thursday, and we have no additional filings. The only thing I will note is that today, unlike last Thursday, our expert Jim Bride is available if there are questions. That is all that I have to say.
Thank you. Next is the Energy Sense Coalition.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is George Hardlow. I serve as Executive Director of the Energy Sense Coalition, or ECC. I'm going to begin by thanking staff for all their excellent work on this docket. The mission of ECC is to advocate for Minnesota's low-income utility customers. I started that work in 2024 in the wake of the passage of the carbon-free standard and amid what I believe to be a paradigm shift. Historically, the role of the low-income consumer advocate was clear: push back against utilities' tendency to overbuild in furtherance of excessive expansion of rate base. But with the introduction of the CFS, worthy and ultimately necessary as it may be, something changed. The state effectively ordered utilities to build, resulting in benefits, but also costs that must be accounted for. In this new paradigm, I understand my charge to be promoting a least cost, clean energy transition that leverages utilities' ability to build at scale and access capital, while taking every opportunity to shield low-income customers from the brunt of transition costs. Through good faith engagement with the company and other parties, ECC has sought to present the Commission with a variety of tools for funding RAMP. The Commission can forego ECC's agreement with Xcel and look to the affordability surcharge. It's a smaller price tag, but one that is borne solely by residential and C&I customers. The Commission moves forward with our proposal. The result will be a direct contribution from shareholders that cannot otherwise be compelled, and broadly socialized ROE costs, along with the potential for savings on debt. To be clear, ECC is both mindful and concerned about the issues with the company's customer service evident in recent dockets. We will continue to advocate doggedly for the use of the QSP docket to exact additional shareholder contributions if this behavior does not improve. Nonetheless, we put forward this proposal, which I will note is below the company's initial proposal, the national average, and the ALJ's recommendation. For ECC, part and parcel to this agreement, in addition to the face value dollar amount, is the recognition that affordability is both a ratepayer and shareholder concern when the Commission weighs the public interest. As I close, I will note that this is just one of the broader suite of proposals that ECC has put forth or supports. These proposals will dramatically expand access to affordability programs. Power On, for example, auto enrollment will initially expand access to approximately 14,000 new customers, with the possibility for that to grow as we identify additional eligibility pathways. Okay, we can eliminate late fees for low-income customers and cap them for all others. All this pending further review culminating by the Commission, culminating in bill increases below the rate of inflation. I thank the Commission for its consideration.
Thank you. Next are the joint interveners, and Ms. McConnell, I see you online. Please state your name and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioners, for the chance to speak this morning. My name is Erica McConnell, and I'm an attorney with the Environmental Law and Policy Center, and I represent the joint interveners who are ELPC, Cooperative Energy Futures, Minnesota Interfaith Power, and Light and Vote Solar. I appreciate the chance to talk about the new file decision options and information from parties filed over the past week, and have two issues to address. First, regarding data setters and other very large customers, joint interveners support XLI's decision option 5030A. ELPC and Vote Solar were parties to Xcel's very large customer tariff proceeding, docket number 25-289, and we support the Commission's decision in that case, including specifically requiring the creation of a new very large customer class. This resolves many of our concerns in this case related to fair allocation of costs to these customers. However, if Xcel starts collecting revenues from these very large customers before due costs are socialized in a rate case, there's a risk of Xcel over-recovering based on cost allocation in this case, and thus not realizing the hoped-for benefits to ratepayers from this new very large customer class. Therefore, joint interveners support XLI's suggested tracking of very large customer revenues and the requirement that the company file for a rate case within a year of receiving those revenues, as captured in decision option 5030A. Second, regarding affordability programs. In the past week, as others have already discussed, several parties made filings related to RAMP, including a proposal from EnergySense and Xcel that suggests an exchange of about $8 million in shareholder funding for RAMP for a 9.6% authorized ROE for the company. Joint interveners filed a letter yesterday opposing this exchange and any increase to Xcel's ROE, which I reaffirmed today. In addition, also on the topic of affordability programs, Xcel's follow-up letter dated June 12, 2026, briefly addressed automatic enrollment in Power On for LIHEAP eligible customers. That's decision option 23. In that letter, Xcel indicated that in testimony, the company estimated that auto enrollment in Power On of LIHEAP enrolled customers could increase Power On participation by about 40% or 14,000 customers. Xcel went on to say that the increase could be greater if Power On auto enrollment extended to LIHEAP eligible customers, which is what decision option 23 would require, but didn't provide an estimate of what that would mean for Power On participation. I'd like to clarify joint interveners' position on this topic. We support Power On expansion through auto enrollment. Historically, about 20% of the eligible population has been enrolled in LIHEAP. So expanding Power On auto enrollment to all eligible customers could theoretically reach something like 80% more customers than just auto enrolling all LIHEAP enrolled customers. The practical impact is unclear, however. If the Commission adopts decision option 23, we suggest that additional discussion is necessary regarding both how to identify these eligible customers, the customers that aren't already enrolled in LIHEAP, and my understanding is that might be easier said than done, and how to get them enrolled on Power On. We've suggested the process we've recommended to consider and develop a low-income rate, which is decision option 5022, would be an appropriate forum for this discussion. I think there's a shared interest among several parties, and I also heard this in Commissioner Partridge's remarks last week, in finding the most cost-effective and impactful way to reach and provide relief to the substantial number of customers who aren't currently served by the company's affordability programs. There's some pros and cons to auto-enrolling LIHEAP eligible customers in Power On as compared to a low-income rate, including related to administrability, that would be worth discussing more and comparing. There are also some benefits to a low-income rate, that a discount program like Power On doesn't have, including a low-income rate's potential to improve equity in electrification, as well as its ability to address potential intra-class cross-subsidies within the residential class between lower and higher income customers. These topics are all worth further conversation, and we continue to recommend decision option 5022 to allow for that. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to answering any further questions you may have.
Thank you. Next is the Citizens Utilities Board.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. My name is Brian Edstrom, and I'm here representing the Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota. Also here with me is Olivia Carroll from CUB and CUB's expert witness, Dr. Keim. Each of us are available for questions. As I mentioned last week, the briefing papers accurately capture, for the most part, CUB's arguments and the decision options we support, though we offered some minor clarification in a letter we filed on June 12th. And we also have some reactions to proposed decision options filed since then. So just kind of running through things, confirming Volume 1, the briefing papers adequately capture CUB's positions. In Volume 2, the DOs also capture CUB's primary positions. We again support 2020, which would lower Xcel's ROE to 9.0. And I just want to pause there for a second. Last week there was some discussion on how inflation should or shouldn't influence an ROE decision in this case. If that comes up further today, I ask that the Commission consider that when models include as variables stock prices and analyst forecasts, those stock prices and forecasts are already influenced by sophisticated investors and experts' understanding of a variety of economic factors, including inflationary pressure. Importantly, of course, inflation also impacts ratepayers' ability to afford household goods and daily necessities, thereby complicating their ability to afford utility rate increases. But those inflationary pressures on ratepayer affordability are not captured in model results. For both reasons, I caution the Commission against kind of double counting for inflationary pressure on the company by making an upward adjustment to ROE on the back end after considering model results discussed in finance experts' testimony. And again, Dr. Keim is here and better equipped than me to answer any questions on that. All that said, we also support as an alternative decision option 2018, which would maintain Xcel's ROE at 9.25. We also appreciate Commissioner Ham's proposed decision options regarding the company's capital structure, but believe additional record development and analysis may be needed and helpful before making those changes. Therefore, we prefer the approach captured in the department's recommended decision options 2022 and 2023. If the Commission does move forward with Commissioner Ham's decision options, we support 2001A Part C as an alternative to 2022 and 2023. In Volume 5 on late payment fees, as captured there, we originally supported decision options 5032 or 5033 as an alternative. If the Commission maintains some level of late fees, we originally supported decision option 5017, which would redirect late fees, the revenue from late fees toward the expansion of Power On. However, based on the discussion last week, we are also comfortable with creating the RAMP program consistent with 1515A. This would reduce late payment charges for all customers, waive them for low-income customers, and establish a path to move forward on funding RAMP at its initially proposed $6 million budget. We also support the additional reporting discussed in 5018 and Commissioner Partridge's 5033A. As detailed in the letter we filed yesterday, we strongly oppose the proposal put forward by Energy Sense and Xcel to supplement RAMP funding with shareholder funds in exchange for a 9.6% ROE. We agree with the department, XLI, and joint commenters' comments on this issue. And we really see this proposal as Xcel manipulating Energy Sense and trying to manipulate the Commission into viewing 9.6 as a reasonable concession from the reasonable starting point of 10.3, NOAC's recommendation, or 9.8, the ALJ recommendation. That's not how this works. Xcel has the burden to prove the reasonableness of increasing ROE to 9.6 from the reasonable starting point of 9.25, its current ROE. That's why we and others view this as ECC and Xcel proposing to trade $4 million per year for 2 years in exchange for a $34 million plus annual increase to its rates. Moreover, there are also clearly better alternatives to fund RAMP. For example, CUB, Xcel, and ECC at least preliminarily discussed the possibility of partially funding RAMP through Department of Energy settlement payments related to nuclear waste storage and/or QSP penalties. Though additional details on those types of proposals would need to be worked out, they're the type of ideas we could explore in the coming weeks, consistent with conversations we had about this during the Commission's hearing last week. Alternatively, if the Commission wishes to identify a funding source for RAMP today, rather than a later filing, as suggested by 2015A, we agree with the Department that the most reasonable option would be to authorize Xcel to collect RAMP costs through base rates. And on reconnection fees, we continue to support 5036, which would eliminate reconnection fees as any customer who has gotten to the point of a service disconnection for non-payment can be presumed to be energy burdened. We support 5037 in the alternative, which would waive reconnection fees for low-income customers. And that's all for me. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Next is the Office of the Attorney General and then the Department of Commerce, if you wanted to come up too. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Peter Schultz with the Office of the Attorney General Residential Utilities Division. Also appearing with me today, our Assistant Attorneys General Joey Cherney and Wendy Raymond, and our witnesses are also available and in the room if there are questions. We appreciate having the chance to address some new and revised decision options this morning. I have 2 buckets to talk about. First, some revenue requirement issues, and then some class cost of service issues. I'll start with the revenue requirement issues. So first, on Sherco restoration costs not covered by insurance, we support decision option 1022 as originally drafted without the revisions that Xcel proposed and that are shown in your deliberation outline. And I'll explain the reason for that, which is that we asked Xcel for these costs in June of last year using Minnesota jurisdictional numbers. The company supplied the figures that are shown in the original 1022, and we characterized those in our direct testimony as Minnesota jurisdictional numbers. We then heard radio silence from Xcel until it proposed these revisions last week. And Xcel didn't provide any record support for the revisions. Even if we could verify the figures, there's a bigger picture problem, which is that we don't know what other errors Xcel might have made in this case that he either didn't discover or worked in its favor that it just didn't bring to the Commission's attention. So the Commission should resolve doubt in ratepayers' favor and just use the numbers shown in original 1022 as the Minnesota jurisdictional numbers. Second, on time of use implementation costs, we continue to support 1024 and 1025. With revisions shown in your outline, we can accept deferred accounting in this case, as stated in HOM 1024A, if the Commission adopts either or both of 1024 or 1025. On wildfire mitigation, I want to briefly address TUMA revised 1042. We understand the averaging approach and think that often makes sense and may well make sense for these costs. The only caveat I would put on that is that this is a new cost category. I think it just was developed in 1024 or in 2024 with this case. And so we're not sure that Xcel has 5 years of historical data, but that's, I guess, probably a better question for the company when you get to questions. And then finally, on top 10 executive compensation, I wanted to address the chair's 1059B. We think using the governor's salary as a proxy is a reasonable approach to this, but we had a couple of refinements that were discussed in our June 15th letter. And those are shown, our revisions, our suggested refinements are shown in 1059C in your outline. But briefly, I'll take them in backwards order, but we believe the cap should be applied at the parent company level. And the simple reason for that is that while the governor devotes his entire time to Minnesota, these executives devote part of their time to Minnesota and not part of their time to other jurisdictions. So we think it's appropriate to allocate that proxy just like any other cost. And then our other refinement is due to the fact that the governor's salary has changed every year for the last few years, and it's on a state fiscal year. It doesn't correspond to a calendar year. We recommend averaging the 2024 and 2025 governor's salary for use in the 2025 test year, and then similarly for the 2026 plan year to average 2025 and 2026, instead of just using the $200,000 salary that will be approved effective July 1st of this year. Moving to class cost of service, we support TUMA's 4018B requiring Xcel to file 3 types of class cost of service studies in the next case. Instead of our option, we think it frankly states what you did last time better than ours, so that works for us. And then secondly, on AMI cost allocation, we could support Xcel 4020A, which directs Xcel to study the costs of AMI meters if it were modified to say costs and benefits instead of just costs. We also note that there's a decision option in Volume 1, 1110, that is similar to 4020A. We could also support that decision option, again, with a modification to add benefits instead of just costs and benefits. And then finally, we oppose Xcel's 4002A, which would find that Xcel's hybrid CCOSS is the most reasonable in the record, and there are a few reasons for that. First, Xcel's hybrid CCOSS is clearly not the most reasonable study in the record, most obviously because it uses a weekend hour to represent the peak, which has the effect of shifting tens of $millions to the residential class. Second, 4002A is inconsistent with Commissioner Tuma's proposal to adopt 4001, which would decline to bless any specific allocation model. I would also note that 4001 is in tension with Commissioner Partridge's proposal to adopt Xcel's revenue apportionment, which is 5001. Xcel's apportionment is based solely on the results of its CCOSS, and despite being described as a hybrid, it's really just a minimum system model. And by contrast, the OAG's apportionment is based on the results of 3 models, including minimum system, consistent with 4001. So for these reasons, we agree with the ALJ that you should adopt our revenue apportionment, which would give much needed and cost justified relief to small businesses as shown by every cost study in the record, including Xcel's. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And finally, the Department of Commerce.
Good morning, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. Richard Dornfeld, Assistant Attorney General, appearing today on behalf of the Minnesota Department of Commerce. I'm joined today by my colleague, Assistant Attorney General Amrit Hundal, as well as many of the department analysts who worked on this case who are online, and most importantly, Ms. Campbell, who is also online. To begin this morning, Commissioners, just maybe to cover a couple of housekeeping items, we've carefully reviewed the consolidated decision options that were filed by staff. We appreciate their work on that. I know that's a lot of work in a short amount of time to do it. We thought that those accurately reflected the department's preferred decision options, except decision option 5014. That's listed as an issue that a decision option the department recommended, but it's simply just not an issue we raised through testimony, so we don't oppose it, but we didn't take a position on it. So just have that clarification. We also recommend that decision option 1013 relating to the Riverside outage be amended to specify the time period between May 1st, 2025 and May 30th, 2026. More substantively, I think it's important that the Commission note the increasing gap between what Xcel said today and said in their letters earlier this week, the gap between what they're telling us here on 7th Street and what they're telling Wall Street. In each of Xcel's most recent 10Ks in the record, a filing that's signed by its CEO and its full board, filings that they certify under penalty of law contain no material misstatements or omissions. They state repeatedly in each of the most recent years that the company, quote, expects to have adequate amounts of cash from operating and financing activities to meet both its short-term and long-term cash requirements. Those are sworn statements to federal regulators. And our position is that the Commission should take Xcel at its word. And given those statements and the strong record showing Xcel's robust financial performance since the Commission's decision in Xcel's last rate case in 2023, the Commission should proceed confidently and without regard to Xcel's increasingly tired claims of financial hardship. On the prepaid pension issue, again, again, I don't want to belabor this, but I think it's important that we start from an accurate understanding of what the Court of Appeals ruled in the last rate case. In the last rate case, both for Xcel and Minnesota Power, one of the core disputes was whether contributions were solely shareholder funded. And if they were or were not solely funded by shareholders, then they categorically should be excluded from rate base. On the record here, and so the court remanded those proceedings to the commission to make additional findings about the nature of that asset, its source, the nature of Xcel's interest in that asset. Here we start fresh again. And while there certainly isn't clear record support for Xcel's position that shareholders sort of dispositively fund the asset for reasons that I'm not going to belabor here, that's not the primary basis of the department's argument. Our position is that the commission doesn't need to accept Xcel's representations about the asset's value and Xcel's interest in that asset. And that's wholly different than what the Court of Appeals ruled on last time. It's a new issue. It's a new legal argument. And the Court of Appeals decision, even if you accept Xcel's interpretation of it, which you shouldn't, it's not binding here. And so we think the commission has broad discretion to adopt the department's legal position or some other course of action that the commission deems appropriate. I think the last thing I'd like to cover with the commission this morning is the ECC Xcel proposal. I think the department greatly appreciates ECC's role in advocating for low-income customers and the important work that it does in that respect. And that the RAMP program could play an important role in helping to assist low-income customers. But giving the company $35 million more a year to fund a $4 to $6 million program, it's just not the right way to do it. I mean, this is a $500 million rate case. If this program is important, the commission thinks it deserves funding, just add it to the company's revenue requirement. And that's a more transparent, cost-efficient, and equitable way to fund a program like this than give the company a large ROE increase so that we can say that this program is funded by shareholder contributions. That just makes no sense. I think I'll leave it there, and we're certainly available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dornfeld, and thank you to the parties. Commissioners, do you need a short break? Otherwise, what I propose for this morning is that we're going to move through the volumes sequentially, and at the beginning of each volume, before we begin deliberations, we'll have questions from commissioners to the parties. And then once we are done with questions, we'll begin deliberations for that particular volume. Do you want to take a short break now, or should we get started with volume 0? Okay, we'll stand in recess until 10:45 a.m. The commission will come back from its recess. And commissioners, do you have questions for parties on volume 0? When we're done with questions, I intend to make a motion that is, we'll just run through volume 0 and then we can vote as one overall motion. Or we can break it apart if commissioners have a different idea of what they wanted to do in volume 0. But before we do that, any questions? Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I just wanted to touch on something that Ms. McConnell brought up on 23, which was previously 1023, but it's about the auto enrollment for Power On. And Ms. McConnell talked about the difference between enrolling LIHEAP participants and LIHEAP eligible customers. And I was hoping Xcel could provide some information on what your interpretation of 23 is and whether we need additional conversation around identifying LIHEAP eligible customers, as Ms. McConnell stated.
Ms. McConnell.
Chair Sieben, I believe Commissioner Partridge's question was directed to Xcel. Is that right?
No, it was actually to you.
No, actually,
sorry.
Chair Sieben, sorry.
I misunderstood.
Unless, Ms. McConnell, did I get it right? I guess that's the confirmation from you.
Yes. I think what I raised was that there is a difference between eligible and enrolled, in that there's some open questions about how you identify and then enroll eligible customers.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. And then to Xcel, can you speak to 23?
Yeah, Nick Martin with Xcel Energy. Chair Sieben, thank you. Commissioner Partridge, thanks for the question. It is a useful distinction to bring up, and I think Ms. McConnell is right. So our preliminary estimate of 14,000 additional customers that would be auto-enrolled in Power On, that is just based on LIHEAP enrolled customers. So that's like a preliminary cut, only considering those that are getting LIHEAP, which I agree is only a subset of all low-income customers. So I think that one of the things that's been discussed at some length in a separate docket around eligibility mechanisms for utility affordability programs are other mechanisms like using categorical eligibility, self-attestation of income, other things like that could be used. And I think if within that docket, that discussion was sort of limited to just like what we would do if LIHEAP went away, if LIHEAP were defunded, which last year it looked like it might be. But those other methods are allowed by statute, and I think that if assuming it's the way the decision option is written, and it's the commission's intent that the auto enrollment in Power On would be for LIHEAP enrolled, but also potentially other low-income customers, I think we could have a discussion about using those mechanisms, maybe using categorical eligibility, potentially self-attestation of income. There's some party concerns there. We could use some of those methods to ultimately reach more customer, potentially much more than 14,000 additional customers that would be auto-enrolled into Power On. So we would recommend, so I agree with Ms. McConnell on that part. I don't agree on the part about opening a new proceeding about a universal low-income rate. I think we could talk about using those statutory mechanisms, recognizing LIHEAP plus, and that might be a greater number.
Okay. And as a follow-up question for you, so as I understand it, there are people who apply to LIHEAP, the people who get LIHEAP, and then oftentimes there is kind of a waiting list, or people who apply and can't get funding even if they're eligible. Would the company be able to include those folks who have income verified that they are LIHEAP eligible but have not received LIHEAP funds when the funds run out and are kind of on that sort of waiting list? Would that be something you could do with your current system?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Partridge. So I think I think we could do that, especially using these new statutory authorities. Especially, so if you interpret LIHEAP eligible as just meaning customers who have income of 50% of the state median income or below, which is the LIHEAP eligibility threshold, and you just say that's what LIHEAP eligible means, whether you never applied for LIHEAP or you did apply and you didn't get it, as long as you can, we use some mechanism to identify that the customer has income below that threshold, they could be brought into the program. I think, we might want to come back to the commission with estimated impacts of that because it could be a significantly greater number.
Right.
But I think we could use those methods.
Right. So the way I'm thinking of this, Mr. Martin, is that there may be sort of steps within this process. So first step would be automatically enroll everyone who's receiving LIHEAP, and that's the estimated 14,000. And then there may be future follow-ups that the company may need to come back to the commission and say, here's our progress or compliance. So I think this may be a bit more complicated than how I was originally thinking of it. And so maybe I had included this in the volume 5. Maybe we come back to it with some sort of additional language around a compliance filing or something added.
I think that makes sense, Commissioner Partridge, just given, it's a settled issue here, and I think when we're talking more about the RAMP program and Power On in Volume 5, let's just not forget that we're not going to pick up this decision option now.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
That makes sense to me.
Any other questions from commissioners on Volume 0? Then what I would propose, commissioners, is you flip to your compiled briefing papers, which are not called that, but are called the staff briefing papers decision options that Mr. Manning compiled. And you'll note that staff renumbered them from the decision options in the briefing papers, and that was just so that numbering would be more clear. So first I would propose to adopt decision option 2, which is the OAG and XLI's modified finding of fact 1088. The next in that section would be decision option 9, which is Cub's modification to the ALJ report. The next is decision option 12. And I just say that, just like in the last electric rate case, the Commission continues to recognize that energy justice tenants are an important consideration in determining just and reasonable rates. 12, the ALJ recommendation. And then 14, the next would be decision option 16, decision option 18, decision option 20, the ALJ recommended decision, and then decision option 22, skipping 23 for now, but to come later, and then decision options 9001, 9002, all parts, 9003, and 9004. And commissioners, if you have questions of me or clarifications on that motion, feel free to ask. Commissioner Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair Seaman. I agree with your motion. As far as decision option 23, are we just going to pick that back up later when we have some, after a break or something?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Sullivan, I had included 23 in my proposed
5,000.
Volume 5.
Okay,
in volume 5 because it really is connected to the issues discussed there.
okay.
And I have asked staff to help me think through some wording, so I plan to bring that back, volume 5.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Is the motion clear for Ms. Kaler? Yeah. Any other questions on my overall motion or discussion? Then all in favor of my motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Okay, one volume done. Now moving on to volume 1. And again, commissioners, like, we'll begin with questions, but I know there's a lot of topics in here, so you can ask whatever questions in whatever order you'd like. I just think it might be cleanest to ask our questions prior to moving to deliberations.
So questions on the whole of it.
Questions on the whole volume, unless it's just clarification things, because I do want to try to create a space for deliberations between commissioners on issues that are not always real easy. So we'll start with Commissioner Sullivan.
Can I ask a question of a commissioner?
Yeah. In volume
Which is in the
1.
form of a statement? Sorry. I just wanted to start with the insurance issues, Commissioner Tuma. And I wanted to tell you where I was at and see if you had any questions for me. I went back and reviewed insurance, thought a lot about it after our discussion the other day. And I was, for folks who are watching or listening, you know, I was in the camp of let's put this to rest and do a true up of a sort. But really, I thought long and hard about the department's comments, and I was like, yeah, I think that's right. That, you know, there's you know, it absolves the company of having to negotiate, and I recognize the insurance market is firming up and it's getting harder. It's more of a seller's market than it was before. But I then went and I looked at the table on, I think it's page 196, or maybe not 196, on page 197 that the department included. And I feel like the straightest, most kind of analytical approach to doing this is just to do a straight line average over the last 5 years. And you can see that line. I think the department's recommendation is sound, and that's why I am proposing using the department's number. And I just am curious, like, I know you put a lot of thought in this as well, but I was just kind of curious if you just want to go down the path of least resistance with me.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, I have some questions for parties on this, so I think it leads into, I'll just tell you my thinking so far. And frankly, there was the mistaken Sullivan decision options, which created decision options A, B, C, and D. So I think if you just focus on E, that I've proposed, 1087 and 1087A and B, I think that is kind of the landscape where we're at.
Okay, can you say that again?
So it would be the E decision option I had for, it would be Tuma's options for insurance, which appear, at least on my page, on 20, but I think there's some different.
Tuma's options are A and B.
C, D, and E, and so.
Oh, I don't have.
So you want to look at
I see what you mean.
E, and then 87, which is my understanding is what you support. And there's 87A and 87B, which is the department's attempt to respond to my questions about how to do this a little different. And so I will start out by saying, I agree with you. If we were going to not do. Yeah, I agree with you. If we're not going to do some sort of analysis around the nuclear issue. And if you remember, it's difficult because it's in trade secret, but if you draw that line between what I consider the classic insurance, I would agree with the department wholeheartedly. But when you read the testimony from Mr. Miller on nuclear, it's quite clear. I mean, he tries to say it's all fine. We got estimates that we're going on. But when you look at the numbers over historically, there's a lot of movement. And what he explains to us is that there is a very small pool of highly risk, highly expensive facilities that we participate in. And because those high risk, high anticipated coverage can adjust immensely over just one event, even a minor event at a nuclear facility is expensive. It causes a lot of things to happen with those numbers. And that's what you see in the refunds and the insurance amounts as explained by Mr. Miller in his testimony. When you draw the line there and go down below, those ones are going all over the place and are difficult to assess. And the way they typically do it, particularly in the refunds, is like they don't even include those in. And so if there is a refund, then essentially the shareholders are pocketing it, even though we the ratepayers are taking the risk for these facilities. And I won't get into whether nukes are bad or good. Right now, they're good for us. We've made that determination. If we're going to go carbon-free, we need them on the system. But one of their downsides that we have to cover and make sure the company is covered for it, and we as ratepayers are paying our fair share, is this liability risk. A lot of it is subsidized by the federal government, but what's not subsidized still is very volatile. And so that's what I was trying to accomplish with E, is to say, I agree with you 100%, the first paragraph of E, that we should lock it in at the department's historical 5-year number, okay? But when it comes to the cost for the nuclear part, the lower part of that spreadsheet, that is so volatile, we should probably do something different. And what I would suggest is using the department's number for those categories, creating a separate new category, and true that one up, because it is so volatile. And so I tend to agree with you, if we're not going to do a separate category and try to deal with the volatility of the nuclear power plants and the volatility of those categories, I think that's the right one. But I think we should try to deal with that volatility for that smaller segment. And so my E, I think, is essentially the same as 87A and 87B. We just try to be a little bit more clear on how it's developed. And so I look to Mr. Dornfield. I don't know if you've had a chance to work with your staff, Ms. Campbell and everybody have raised these issues. I tend to agree with where you're at as far as if we're going to go overall, the 5-year historical is best. But I still really struggle with how distorted the nuclear things make this, and that they really are different. They're not really insurance. They're more of a pooling of high-risk nuclear facilities, which is like insurance, but it is not classical insurance. And that's why I think they could be a separate category. So I don't know what your thinking is. I'd appreciate it. I'm open to either approach. I kind of like E, but I'm not going to die on a hill over it.
Mr. Dornfeld.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I think the department appreciates sort of your line of thinking and the concerns you've raised here about the volatility. That's ultimately not the department's position. We still prefer 87. We think that's more consistent with rate-making principles and the test year construct. But sort of mechanically or logistically, if you choose to go down the route in E, we don't have sort of mechanical concerns about that.
And for the company, you've heard where people are at. I don't know if you have any thoughts. I'm trying to create a thing that treats ratepayers and the shareholders fairly when it comes to these nuclear costs, nuclear disaster / accident costs that are out there. We call it insurance in the insurance category, but it looks a little different. That's the way I read Miller's testimony. It's not quite insurance as we think of insurance. And so I don't know if you have any assessment hearing the discussion, what your thoughts are at this stage.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, and thank you for the question, and thanks for putting out the decision options. We saw those as useful and trying to make some sense out of this. So appreciate
And
that.
please introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, Eric Swanson from Winthrop and Weinstein on behalf of Xcel Energy. You'd think I would know that by now, but I think two observations on this. The first, and I understand where the commissioners are coming from. You've signaled that, but I just have to point out that the look back 4-year average really does ignore the significant change in the market on excess liability, in particular in 2024. And it's a change that, as Mr. Miller laid out, although it increased for the total company, expenses in the tens of millions of dollars, the company working with its carriers, I think, did a really good job. And the allocation that came through to Minnesota was essentially flat, despite that. But the reality is those costs are skyrocketing, and the look back doesn't capture that. On parsing out the nuclear, frankly, our opinion is that maybe makes this more complicated than it needs to be. You're right that those numbers are more volatile. They move around more. But you know, of your various decision alternatives, the one that we would be supportive of is your 1086A.
Which is basically the companies.
Companies with clarity around how to do it and applying interest.
Which is basically taking their numbers. Yeah.
So like this conversation like just brings me back to Mr. Swanson, I hear what you're saying, like the property insurance market is hardening, it's getting different. I understand all that. But I look at like the various options in front of us and they're all turds, so like we have a least worst situation here. And if we're in that situation, I come back to that graph, and I think that actually what that does is it does shift risk we're putting a budget in place, but it shifts risk to the company, and it also makes sure that you stick to your budget, but it adds risk to you, and that risk is over the 2 years. It's based on the delta between the two, it's like $11 million or so. That's where my head is on it, at least.
Yeah, I'll say rest for deliberation. I think I got my questions answered. I want to know where the parties were at with my recommendations, and I think Commissioner Sullivan knows where I'm thinking. So if we're done there, I'm prepaid pension. Let's go to the easy ones first.
I don't have a lot of gas in the tank, so I got to get it out now. On prepaid pension, I guess what I was disappointed with on prepaid pension is that I know the court's decision, and I think there's a way, to address this, but I don't think the company did it. And from that perspective, I think that, there's still doubt as to the source of the funds, and it is ultimately the company's burden to prove its case, and I don't think you did, and that's why I'm in the disallow camp. That being said, I still recognize, there's something here. I know what the court said, and I think the court's decision it seems sound to me, but again, okay, well, I don't think the company proved it up, but I do fundamentally at baseline understand what you're saying, and I think it adds some additional risk to you, but that's where I'm at on this. Or statement question.
Check.
I'm using my sort of privileges as the vice chair to kind of just.
I didn't know there was that privilege. I do have questions on Riverside, but I don't know if you want to. Sorry, Wick one has a question.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So this is another fun question on the MISO issue. So thanks for responding to the O&M issue. I think that that's set aside. As of now, what is your rate of return at the MISO for your transmission line project? And there is a baseline ROE and RTO participation error.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hahn, we're bringing somebody up to answer that. So.
Way back.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, Benjamin Halama with Xcel Energy. Right now, the FERC-approved ROE within MISO is 9.98 with a 50 basis point adder, so 10.48%.
So last week when we are discussing it, you are keeping some of those differential between 9.25, which was approved ROE for the state asset, and then MISO LRTP or MVP. So what is the percent you are keeping?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hahn, it is just the difference between those two numbers, so 10.48 down to 9.25.
So was it approved by commission, or you just decide to do it because you misinterpret what court decide?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hahn, it is based on the order in the last MYRP case, docket 21-630.
Yeah, what I heard from staff is that's misunderstanding, but I'm not going to re-litigate that one. I'm going to focus on 50 base point RTO error, right? You are getting extra benefit being a MISO member, right? That 50 base point is purely given to you participating in MISO.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hahn, yes, there is a RTO adder on the ROE in MISO.
So if you don't participate in RTO, that error shouldn't be there.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hahn, I know the adder exists. I don't know how we wouldn't participate in MISO, but that's definitely getting beyond my understanding.
No. Only reason you are getting that error is because you are participating in MISO. You don't have to just go around the answer because that's facts. Given that, what is the proportion of shareholder paying for RTO membership other than all the fees and expense is being paid by the ratepayers? What is the portion your shareholder is paying for that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hahn, I don't know how to answer that at this point in time.
Yeah, understanding your accounting, you are not paying any penny being a MISO membership other than ratepayers paying 100% of it. So clearly, you are getting benefit being a membership using ratepayers' asset and money, and you are keeping that benefit, and then you are not paying your fair share of the expense. Set aside the legal argument about whether you can do it or not. I have a disagreement with it, but I don't want to litigate that portion. But given that, you should pay fair share of all MISO fixed expense because you are getting direct benefit of it. So it's not in this record, right? That much you can say it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hahn, I'm going to jump here and I'm going to agree it wasn't in this record. That's correct.
Yeah, that's why it troubles me a lot in this discussion. Company is the one has burden of proof. Clear example of information asymmetry is happening. Companies are withholding information, not giving to the departments, OAG, and all parties. This is a huge issue. Not only this one, I'm going to make that argument in the volume 2 too, but I have a serious concern about this issue of company is not providing all the information in transparent manner. So once again, I'm not going to litigate on this issue, but we have to take it very seriously for next rate case.
Doesn't former Commissioner, FERC Commissioner Christie refer to the adder as FERC candy?
Set aside that issue, but I think,
right, Commissioner.
No, I mean, the reason I'm raising this one, I think you and I discussed this a lot. Our position at the FERC, our position at the MISO can be very different if we have a right understanding of what you guys are doing. If you are keeping that money, we will fight to remove that 50 base point error. But Xcel was informally telling me all the money is going to the ratepayers. In net, actually it's benefiting ratepayers. That clearly made me to not to fight a lot on that issue. So that's why we have a very different position at the MISO and FERC based on what you guys are doing. Plus, in this rate case, you should have proportionally proposed to pay for MISO expense if you are keeping some money out of it. But that didn't happen. At least you didn't show it. You are doing it. That's the information asymmetry we had a concern with.
Well, there's some questions in there. Yeah, I'm just going to start running through a couple of the decision options. And so Riverside is the first one on my list of ones that I have questions about. So, Mr. Dornfield, I told my staff after kind of struggling with how to do the decision option, essentially I want to do Sherco, okay? I want to do it so that we go to the end of the year. We got some trade secret stuff we got to deal with, but clearly it's not up and running yet, and we're past the dates that's in the order. And so we need to at least create an environment for us to allow them to recover anything that would be recoverable if they get it started in, say, I don't know, September 30th or whatever. I'm just pulling out a date in my head. And then create a process also to deal with the prudency question. And so I said, let's create a Sherco situation. Let's not make a predetermination on how to do that. Let's make them file something right after the rate case. I said 30 days. I'm flexible. If they want 90 days or 10 days, they can say it. But so I'm trying to just create some clear flexibility to address this later, but make sure that they get appropriate recovery and we set it off against a prudency determination. So my thought was to move 1011A, 1014A, 1016, and then 1018A. Set aside the question about the MISO money separate. I don't support that, but we'll talk about that separate. But I'm just trying to create the environment by which we can honor, I think, where the ALJ was going, where you wanted to go, and create a process, not predetermining a process, but create a process in the future after a petition is filed. Are you okay with those decision options, or would you suggest any changes?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I just want to make sure I have this right. You said 1011A, 1014A, 1016, and then 1018A?
That's correct. And that would allow them to keep depreciation and property tax recovery, is my understanding, but we would address all of those issues in a future filing on prudency.
I think that's generally tracks with the department's thinking. It's obviously a little bit different. I think we'd be comfortable with that. I don't know. We had a little bit of heartburn about 1018A, about the compliance filing, and that would direct the company to sort of provide an explanation. There's through the the fuel clause, or the fuel clause proceeding. There's kind of already been process there. There's been process here. We sort of view that as maybe additional process that's not needed. But if that's the route the commission goes, we're comfortable with that.
I think the processes could get married. My goal with 18A was after you get the thing running, then let's deal with it. Then they can come back and say, let's deal with it in the fuel clause, true ups. We can deal with it a separate docket. It's kind of their call where we want to deal with it there, and then we make that decision.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think if the commission is comfortable with it, conditionally approving the department to hire an outside consultant if necessary would be helpful. I thankfully am not deeply involved in the RFP process, but that is tends to be very time intensive and can really delay a contested case should one be needed here. So if the commission could adopt some variation of 1020 that indicates the department may go out and seek specialized services should this case ultimately be referred, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I have no problem. That's what we did in Sherco, if my understanding is correct. Maybe it was one of the nuke plants where we allowed you to go out and hire the expert under the standing statutory authority, right?
Yeah, that happened in Sherco in a number of the sort of recent prudency cases, but getting that authority now would just help get the ball rolling should that become necessary, so where there isn't a big delay later.
Xcel, I know where you're at. Again, we'll deal with the question about the recovery of the MISO capacity separately, but just on the process of getting to how to deal with this, is this workable for you?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, thank you. I think we understand where you're going with this, and that generally aligns with what we were thinking was appropriate as well. The one, if you're right, the company has the capacity revenues issue, but setting that aside, just on your 1014A and your 1018A, the one change we'd ask is to strike the word forfeited and put in unrecovered. It has a little less pejorative connotation. Unrecovered O&M expenses.
I struggled with the word to use there, so yeah. I don't mind it.
But otherwise, your process makes sense, we think.
Unrecovered in 1018 as well,
Madam Chair, correct.
or 1018A.
That's right. Got it. Any opposition to 1020 if we word it correctly? I think I want to read that before we get to deliberations, but.
That's just allowing the department to hire an expert. I think that would just move the process along to make that decision now.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, if that's where the commission is going, then we would be fine with that, adding that.
And I'll give you a chance to respond. I just don't agree with the recovery. I look at it this way: if I was hired by somebody to do a project, say clear a field for them so they can build a factory, and I bid lower than everybody else because I got a big D10 Caterpillar, and I can do it in a day, and I can do it a lot less than they can do with their smallers Caterpillars. And I get to start that engine on the D10 the day I need to get out there to do it to meet my contract obligation, and the thing blows a gasket and Caterpillar can't get there to fix it to me. I don't go back to the contractor and say, oh, please pay for my property taxes on my D10 or my, I want you to cover my, the capital, what I'm paying for that D10. I'll cover the interest. You wouldn't do that, but here we're letting you do that, and so it seems like it's still an asset within our unit here. It's not the classical, you need to show up with your D10 and get the job done, otherwise you don't get any money. So it's not dealing with the real world, the real market would deal with this, and so if I can't show up there with my D10, you know what? I pay a penalty, I lose, okay? The person I contracted with is gonna look at me and say, sorry, I'm not gonna cover you just need to get it done, okay? And I have to, pay overtime, hire somebody else's D10, I lose money, okay? That's what happens in the real world. And so I think we're having a relationship on this asset. It's an important asset to our facility. We're still paying for the depreciation on it. We're still paying for property taxes. And we're going to have a question about prudency later, whether it should be, you should cover it. You should have done something to maintain that big D10 Caterpillar in a way that should have been. And if you did, we'll cover some more costs. Okay, Mr. Swanson. And I meant to respond, but obviously it was a little bit. I'm not comfortable with giving you the MISO credit.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, we heard that loud and clear. I just wanted to make sure, because when you listed off the decision options before, unless I misheard, you did not include 1013.
I did not include 1013.
And I think that
Yes.
what you just said, you would include 1013.
I think the LJ included it.
Correct.
So that was my. But
Okay.
If it makes you feel comfortable, I'm looking at Mr. Dornfield. I have no problem. That was my intent. Mr. Dornfield, any problems with 1013?
Thanks. I appreciate the clarification.
No concerns. Thank you.
That's all I have on Riverside.
For the department on Xcel's new 1053A, are you comfortable with those new numbers in the AIP expense? It's Xcel modified 1053A, I believe, and I just wanted to clarify whether you support 1053 or 1053A and why.
Chair Sieben, I believe that we do support 1053A. My understanding is that's a correction to, so in this case, Xcel proposed raising the cap. And so our position is maintain the 15% cap. And so those numbers are to reflect that. But I believe Ms. Campbell is online, and I think this would be a great time to phone a friend.
Ms. Campbell, if you want to turn your camera on and state your name for the record, was that correct? Did Mr. Dornfeld get it correct that you support 1053A? Oh, we can't hear you.
Nancy Campbell for the Department of Commerce. Yes, I believe that's correct. If I could check in with if Mary Beth Kerr-Wald is on, can she also confirm that that's the right number? But I believe that is correct.
Hi, this is Mary Beth Kerr-Wald for the department, and yes, those numbers are correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And another question I had in here is the judge recommended that we do take on the issue, sorry, I lost my page now, on the issue of base pay, that we adopt the company's numbers, and this, of course, is related to the payment of their employees. But I'm curious, Xcel, why the opposition to the department's 1047, which is for the next rate case to put an FTE count into your filing? Or are you okay with that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we can make it work. The issue has been throughout this case that we just don't have that information. We don't allocate individual employees. We allocate their their costs, their labor costs, and so we don't have a one-to-one. But what we have done we resolved this. We've had this same dispute in a couple of cases. We settled it in the gas case to basically provide some additional information to the department in the next case. So I think we could just do that same thing here. I think this language, we can sort of make this language work to do what we're doing in the gas case, and hopefully that.
So how would you do that? Because is it adding the word electric or what, or actual
I think basically,
FTE count?
Sorry, it wasn't clear. I think the way we're looking at 1047 is if you adopt 1047, we would work with the department consistent and try to provide them the same information that we're providing them based on the settlement in the gas case. So I think we're fine with 1047 with that understanding, is what I'm saying.
And Mr. Dornfeld, does the language as written in 1047 work for you if the commission adopts that?
Chair Sieben, yes, 1047 does work for the department. Thank you.
Okay. Then on, we'll wait while I get organized. Do any other commissioners have questions here?
I still have more, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have the O&M for vegetation management, my TUMA alternative that you could put up on the screen? It'll take a while. I can, or you got it?
Is this new language or?
It's new language. I had
okay.
an alternative I filed late, and so I wanted to make sure people had that alternative. And I can jump to something else if you want, Kate. Let's just go to indirect wildfire costs. That shouldn't take too long. That's the 1042, 1041. And what I struggled with, Mr. Dornfeld and OAG, was that we're creating an allocator for overall expenses using whatever the actual expense was at that time. And so I understand that, but what concerns me about that is, let's say we have a dry year, we have a drought year, and they have a wet year in New Mexico and Colorado, okay, and the panhandle of Texas. They have no wildfires, but we have a couple of wildfires. All of a sudden, I'm paying 100% now of the allocator in that time frame. But reality, if you look over the 5 years, by average, we know they're going to be drier than we are. And so when you level that out, the allocator seems to make more sense that we have at least a look back of 5 years so that we don't get that, as Xcel pointed out, this whipsawing of that allocator. And more than likely, Minnesota is going to benefit from that because they're just a drier climate out there. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish. Any opposition to that? I mean, I know I have to ask them if they have the data. That's another question. But I'm trying to protect Minnesota ratepayers from this whipsawing.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. Yeah, I think we agree with what you're trying to do, and I would push back a little. I mean, I don't know how volatile this, wildfire mitigation expenses are really risk mitigation expenses. Our understanding is like vegetation management software for for sort of figuring out where the risks are. It's not like there's a big fire and it's recovering. It's not cost to recover from a fire, at least that's our understanding. So we're not sure it would be as volatile as that would suggest, but totally get where you're coming from, supportive of the idea of using average if it's available.
Mr. Dornfield, any concerns?
I think we're generally in the same camp as the OEG. We often propose using an average of 4 or 5 years of data. But this is not something we've talked about, so I'm going to ask Ms. Campbell if she has any concerns here.
Ms. Campbell?
Chair Sieben, commissioners, we wouldn't have too much concern as long as it doesn't significantly change the numbers, and Xcel would have the data available, but I think we could take a look at that. But it generally gets to what we were looking to get to make sure that indirect costs follow direct costs for wildfire mitigation.
Chair, Mr. Dobson.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tooma, my understanding is we don't have 5 years of data at this point. We have a couple years. I think it's about totally sure, but I think we would have to start there. Obviously, if you really wanted to sort of flatten it out, you could just adopt 1041, but that doesn't seem like where you're going. We would have to use, at least for now, the data we have, which doesn't stretch back 5 years.
So you would say 3 years is what
I
you
think
have,
I think it's about 3, but I'm not totally sure how many years we've got.
So if we changed it to 3 to 5 years based on available data, it would work for you.
I think you could modify the decision option, or we would just interpret it based on how much data we have. We would use up to 5.
That's all the questions on that. I don't know if Ms. Kahlert, if you have the decision option for vegetation management. That you could display. So, revised TUMA alternative 1030, and I revised it again somewhat, okay? By taking the word cap out, and we authorize Xcel to recover their vegetation management of the 334, or 337.4 and the 440.9.
The 37.4.
Yeah, dyslexic talking, you got it. Subject to refund of unspent amounts. And this is kind of, I won't blame the particular staff person who raised this if it's a bad idea, because if it's a good idea, I'll let you know who actually came up with this great idea. At least I think it's a great idea, is to use something similar to what we do with incentive compensation, okay? There we've said it's very important that you spend the money on this and not just be, using it willy-nilly, and so you don't get to keep it. And so what we tried to create here is similar to vegetation management. I hate the narrative of us adopting 1031. It's almost like saying, we don't want you to be clearing vegetation management. But when I look at, particularly on page 72 of our briefing papers, if you remember, there's that chart of where the amount of vegetation management dropping off, all of a sudden there's a concurrent increase in problems with vegetation-related outages. And so I don't know if I want, as a commissioner, to be sending the message that I want you to not do this. I thought the message we sent in the last rate case was to hire guys with rednecks because they're out there in the sun every day, and blue collars and chainsaws crawling around the trees like monkeys. That's what we wanted to see. And instead, we got money being moved. Yeah, I know I am. We got money being moved around to pay for meteorologists or whatever. And so I'm trying to get to the point here from a regulatory standpoint that the money be used. And so what I tried to do was create a very similar thing to what we do in incentive comp with the TUMA revised 1030. You can still spend more. That was where we didn't want to cap it. So we don't say cap, because if you want to move other money from O&M, if there's a bad derecho or a tornado that comes through and you need to spend more, we don't want to limit you from spending more. But this one is so important, we want to make sure you spend it on this, is what I'm trying to accomplish with 1030. And so it would be giving you your request, okay? But then you don't get to keep it unless you spend it on the guys crawling through the trees. So I don't know what the company's response to that. I'll ask the OAG and the department. But that's what my thinking was after thinking about this overnight. And
Mr. Dobson.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tooma, I understand your thinking. It's I think it's definitely an alternative that we would prefer over a straight reduction. And I think the reason you're getting there makes sense to me.
To the department and OAG, any concerns?
Mr. Schultz.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Toomey, I hesitate to inject myself in an issue that wasn't ours, but no objection. I mean, I think the only thing is 20 days maybe wouldn't allow a lot of time for discovery. If that becomes necessary, it could be longer, but no concerns.
Yeah, we just basically took the language from, actually 1992. Do you believe it? 1992 is when we did the incentive comp. It was actually a very interesting case to read, but that's so 20 days is there just because that's what was in the incentive comp language. Mr. Dornfield.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I think the department has sort of general concerns about sort of the proliferation of trackers and true-ups, the kind of deterioration of the regulatory construct, the additional work and sort of that it creates for the commission staff and for the
Reduces
department.
the risk for the company. Yeah, I get it.
Reduces the risk.
We'll talk about that in ROE.
Great. But we certainly would prefer this alternative to giving the company money that historically it hasn't spent.
That's all the questions I have on that one.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. It's not about money, so don't worry. So I heard from other jurisdictions they couldn't hire people to do vegetation management, even though they have money and intent to do it. Do you see the same problem in Xcel jurisdiction?
Mr. Dobson.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I haven't heard anything like that. So if it exists, I don't know. I've heard we've been able to, like I think I noted in the last hearing, we in 2025 we got back on, we got back on track in terms of the number of line miles cleared, to kind of our old patterns. So my understanding is we're able to do it.
Yeah, I think that jurisdiction was able to carry out their work by working with people and then creating labor force to do it. So if you see that ahead of time, rather than trying to import people from outside the state, hopefully we can work with our labor union, if they have ability to do it, develop some workforce to do it. So it's not about money.
On the issue of executive compensation, I realize this is an issue that has been ongoing for some time now, and I'd like to just have a proxy and move on and understand that the commission is consistently trying to say now that your top 10 executives, you can pay what you like, pay them what you like, but there should be a limit on what ratepayers fund for that. And so my question to the company is, do you prefer what I filed as the governor's 2026 authorized salary of $200,000, or the more precise definition and allocation, or the allocation that the OAG has created in their revised CBIN? And if you have a preference, that's fine, but I'd also like you to comment on whether you think that either of these is an appropriate proxy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I think I'll answer the first question on whether we prefer yours to the OAG's. As I understand, what the OAG is doing is taking that salary and then jurisdictionalizing it.
And lining up the years a little better.
Yes, and I think the issue is, the question is, as I understand it, what should our Minnesota customers pay for these services? And I think that, obviously the fact that we have centralized services doesn't impact the fact that these customers are getting those services. So I think we would use the proxy that you've laid out. That seems like a better proxy to me. In terms of whether it's the right proxy, I think if that's the way the commission wants to go, what I think we would maybe encourage is we put in evidence of what co-ops and municipalities pay, and that there's at least some that pay, substantially more than the governor, and it seems like that is, relevant to what a utility like, us, and frankly, those munis and co-ops don't have generation and transmission, so I think some of the higher numbers make more sense, but is certainly less than what we are requesting, but it seems to be a good proxy for what the commission could do. So I would encourage consideration of that at least.
Okay, thank you.
On that, did you actually identify a number? I mean, proxy is kind of coming up with a number. I mean, just because you put it in the record that this is what cooperatives make, maybe I missed it, but I didn't really see you coming up with a number. Did you come up with a number?
A number for what?
Would be the cooperative, proxy that you just laid out for us.
Yeah, I think off the top of my head, I think the highest executive in one of the cooperatives made about $460 a year. So that's a number. I think the average was around $250, if I remember it correctly. So we were obviously putting it in to show the, when we included it, we were showing that what we had requested sort of on a per customer basis was reasonable. Doesn't sound like where the commission wants to go, but I think if you're going to use a proxy, I guess we would think that numbers on the higher end and sort of the 400s, 460s are a better proxy.
You're just talking general range. You didn't say we're locking in. This is a
no.
number.
We just put in the range to show, because we were doing it to show why we thought our number was reasonable.
But I thought you also argued that it wasn't appropriate to use co-ops as a proxy, Mr. Dobson. So now let's not conflate the issues really. I'm trying to move on and say between these two, what is an appropriate proxy? I get you don't agree with it overall for us to set a proxy.
I would pick yours.
But I don't think it's fair to now say you did support a proxy in the record either, because I don't think you did.
That's what I was confused about. Yeah.
That's
no, I agree with that.
Mr. Cherney, welcome. Please say your name for the record. And I didn't really ask you a question, I guess, but
he jumped up when I started talking.
But I appreciate your refinement in what you did in this. And I think that for the commission now, as I've kind of stated in last case and the proceedings that came up, tying it to the governor's salary and taking notice that was the salary in 2026 is kind of pretty close to getting an accurate number for this rate case. And so if the commission does choose to adopt what I filed, will you still continue to support that as a reasonable proxy for limiting ratepayer contribution to top 10 executive pay?
Joey Cherney for the Office of the Attorney General Residential Utilities Division. Chair Sieben, in terms of the governor's authorized salary, the reason that we don't support just taking $200,000 is, as we said, that $200,000 is what's authorized in a few weeks, July 1st of 2026, and we feel that there's more. It's less arbitrary to say okay, if we're going to use the governor's salary, let's use the governor's authorized salaries for those time periods that we're talking about.
For the actual test year and then the 2026. So. Yeah. Okay, that's something we can think about before we go to deliberations. But in general, I appreciate your support of finding a proxy and, trying to limit. There was a lot of record comments again from the public too, which you brought up in your filings about how the public is asking us to continue on this path, so appreciate that. Other questions in volume 1 here, commissioners? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Commissioner Sullivan, are you intend to move 1023? Because I propose modify 1024, so I want to make sure that your intention,
The
time of use, cost recovery.
The cost recovery.
Yep.
My feet aren't in concrete on it, but with that time of use, I mean, I looked at it like, we've ordered that, they're moving forward on it, and that's why I was comfortable, and the department was comfortable with it too, so that's why I was where I was at. But I mean, I'm certainly open to good arguments.
Yeah, my position is the same. I think if you want to move with the 1023, I can withdraw 1024, modify 1024. So I just want to make sure that your intent.
And are you talking about both of them, the costs of the time of use implementation or also the tool? Because my recollection was that we didn't actually order the rate comparison tool in the proceeding, and now
I was talking about the cost of the
you were talking
implementation of
about
the program.
about
1023 versus a 1024.
Yeah,
Yep.
sorry. And then the ALJ and the department and the OAG all argued to not allow the tool costs to move forward. And then I'm just trying to understand. And then Commissioner Hom, you're saying they should be able to do deferred accounting just for the tool?
That was
No.
my position, but I can withdraw my position if Commissioner Sullivan is moving 1023, which will allow some of those cost recovery within that number.
So I don't know, I'm injecting myself in here, but what I had highlighted as supporting was the ALJ disallowance of out of the time of use implementation costs of 3.2 was a disallowance for the rate comparison tool, because the department argued, if I recall, that they hadn't met their burden to show they had actually done it. Is that right, Mr. Dornfeld? And is that what you're still supportive of, or am I confused?
Chair Sieben, the department, I think testimony on this issue was limited to a bullet point and Sir rebuttal. The OAG was the one that really weighed in on this issue.
Okay, Mr. Cherney.
Chair Sieben, commissioners, that's exactly right, that the rate comparison tool and the ALJ agreed with us that there's really no evidence about its usefulness right now. It certainly, once Xcel has built it and has shown that it's useful, then people should absolutely pay for it. But right now, it's kind of approving some capital costs on spec.
So do you support 1024 or 1024A to take out the?
So our overall support would be both, actually. So it would be to
Both
remove
what?
the rate 1024 and 1024A. So remove the rate comparison tool costs and then track the actual implementation costs of the remaining time of use implementation costs.
Instead of 1023? Okay, I get it. Sorry.
And that was my position, to remove these arguments from the discussion. But if you feel that we should allow in the 1023, I'm okay too, because eventually that will happen. The exact amount is not proven here. That's, to me, that's why I'm okay either way. Either I can move my 1024A or 1023.
So if I understand this correctly, what this would do actually, by doing, it would remove those costs from the time of use implementation, incremental costs. So it basically, instead of being 3.2, that number would be lower. Is that what you?
Yep.
Yeah, that's,
And then they could track them.
and then they would track them. That's fine. Yep.
So,
That's fine. I think it's the or that's tripping me up.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah.
It's a net.
It's, yeah. So we would actually do 1023 and 1024.
Oh,
1023 and 1024A.
so can I interject more confusion?
Yes, please, Commissioner
Okay.
Partridge, provide clarification, actually.
Okay.
Make it all clear for a second.
I think I might be confused in the same way that Commissioner Sullivan is, because what I was thinking is that you could implement deferred accounting only for the rate comparison tool. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
So we go ahead and say, move forward with 1023, then take out the rate comparison tool, and then on 1024A, we would have to just change the language slightly to say, implement deferred accounting for the rate comparison tool. Is that what we want to do?
We can do that, or if you don't make any action, I think it's already built into Xcel rates. So that's why net impact is already built in if you don't make any action on 1023 anyway. But if you want to be very explicit, we can combine both two together so we can clearly show that there is a net impact.
Mr. Dobson, 1023 is already built in, but I know that's the incremental cost above what you budgeted for. So what do you think?
I might phone a friend. I think I'm
Well,
struggling to follow.
This is just, that's all of it. This is just the tool.
Yeah, we're all phoning friends.
So
I
it's
have
taking
an
it
idea
out of
that
the.
could simplify it.
Sure, you might have an idea.
That is a good idea.
Mr. Cherney.
Rules rush in when you consider it.
Chair Stephen, Commissioners, another option, part of the problem was that this only came in rebuttal testimony and there wasn't really record development on it. Another option would just be to do 1024A. Let's just track all of the time of use implementation costs, and that way they recover what they spend.
But we already approved their time of use implementation costs, or, no, I get, okay. Commissioner Partridge, could you state what you said earlier and the rationale for what you said, which I think was 1023, and go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Stevens, so my thought is, we have already approved the time of use rates and the work that will go into that. So 1020, and the costs associated with that. So 1023 would say, go ahead, we could, noting that the exact dollar amounts would change if we pull out the rate comparison tool, but you'd say 1023 with the modified amounts, and then 1024 and 1024A, modifying A to say implement deferred accounting for the TOU rate comparison tool costs in the current rate case rather than petition for such treatment in a separate docket. Does that make sense?
Or petition for such treatment.
Yeah. Yeah, that last piece I'm not sure about, but.
Because Commissioner Hum, I understood your argument to be, we haven't seen the value yet of the tool only. And so we don't want to give them, we don't want that to go into rate base yet when they haven't proven that the tool is actually can be done and work or be effective. And so we should basically wait on just the tool piece of the cost recovery. Is that what is that what Commissioner Partridge's motion would do, and are you supportive of that?
No, I mean, that's why one way or another, Xcel will recover non-tool portion because they already built into these rates. But if you want to be very clear, I think we can move both, and then we can explain, or we can completely track it like OAG did it. But also, I want to send a signal that we approve the TOU, so they should recover whatever prudently occur. So that's why I don't want a complete tracker on this one, but also if there is any dispute on the tool issue because the used and useful issue, that I think that's why I'm trying to do that.
That's the way that I'm thinking about it. So,
Same.
Okay. Any other questions in volume 1? And then, commissioners, do you want a short break? And then we can move into deliberations before lunch in volume 1. I'd like to wrap up volume 1 deliberations before a longer, like 45-minute or hour lunch break. But do you need a break before we plow in, or should we just try to get through?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. We say we're good, and then you're relying on me to
do we
make
need
sure.
like a couple minutes just to,
Let's just start, and then if we need to take a break, where we're, like, if you're not sure about the rate comparison tool. Sure. Okay, let's actually take 5 minutes. The commission stands in recess.
Okay, Legs, you can work.
oh my
Okay, the commission will come back from its recess, and are there any other questions for the parties before we move into deliberations, commissioners? Seeing none, then I'll begin on Sherco Unit 3 and LNS King coal plants remaining lives. And I was persuaded by the ALJ's reasoning to allow Xcel to keep depreciation for Sherco 3 and King plants as filed. So I would move decision options 1002 and 1004. And just on this topic or these decision options, is there any discussion? Commissioners, then will proceed to vote on adoption of 1002 and 1004. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Commissioner Hom, on prepaid pension and accrued liabilities.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I intend to move modify decision option 1006, A and B. The rationale is, I think, as other parties pointed out, unlike what Xcel said, the court didn't say that it is Xcel's money. They just said it. We cannot just say it's not your money. Now, burden of proof is in Xcel. Once again, this is about information asymmetry. Xcel has to provide information. That's why you have a burden of proof. You are the data holder. You have to show everybody that you actually pay that additional money to the pension. Set aside whether that growth in the pension is your money or not, that's another disputed part. So I think there are a lot of unresolved issues, and Xcel failed to prove that it's their money. So I carefully draft language in A. It is not categorical denial. I am just saying that in this rate case, Xcel cannot put that in the rate base because they didn't prove it.
And just to be clear, even though there's another 10006A, you're moving the modified 10006 with the A and B subparts.
Yeah,
And say HOM after it.
Yep, that's it. Because also I prefer to litigate more if Xcel wants we are already litigating the prior rate case and this is still open docket. So they can try to show if they can show. Until that case is closed, I think I don't want to prejudge. And then B is also to avoid the future argument and discussion. I understand department and OAG unhappiness with it because it's deviation from the rate-making principle. I agree with you. However, we have a strong language from court. We cannot categorically deny this. So now we have to show, and you still in this tracker, you can ask Xcel why this is your money. I don't think that burden of proof is not going away. Even if on the tracker, Xcel has to show. If they didn't spend on the vegetation management, where did money go? Xcel has to prove. If they use that money to put the money in the pension, it's not shareholder money. So I think that's why we can still enforce rate-making principle in this tracker. Xcel has the burden of proof. And then Xcel, once again, is the data holder. You have to show and provide the data to the party and prove that it's shareholder money, not the money from the different component of the rate-making process.
Any questions for Commissioner Hom or other discussion on his motion? Hearing none, all in favor of his motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. The next issue is Riverside. Commissioner Tuma.
Madam Chair, I would move decision option 1011A, 1013, 1014A, removing the word forfeit and replacing it with unrecovered, 1016, and 1018A, changing 30 to 90 days. Apparently, according to our staff, that lines it up with other dockets on this. And then also replacing the word forfeit with unrecovered.
I support that motion. Is it clear for commissioners or any discussion on it? Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Commissioner Tuma, I'm not recalling why I added this, but I had a note that said, do we need dates added to 1013? And if not, then I'm happy to move on. I just had made a little note.
I don't think so, but I'm open to.
And then Commissioner,
I think the framing that we created in 1011A and
got it.
should cover that.
Okay.
what about 1020? Commissioner Tuma, didn't you want to include a version of?
That's right. You are correct. I did. And I didn't ask staff, but the staff, is this work or do we have to make a modification? I think they're worried about.
The revised language, Mr. Manning, in 1020. Is that?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, staff is fine with the revised language unless the department would like to include it to clarify.
Mr. Dornfeld, that strike-through language, was that, do you support the 1020 as in the decision options?
We do, Chair Sieben.
Okay, so then Commissioner Tuma will incorporate 1020.
Yes, thanks for that catch. Yes.
Any other discussion? Then on Commissioner Tuma's motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. We're back to, I think I'm making Sherco 3 restoration costs not covered by insurance.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I apologize for interjecting. I have something that hopefully will make your life easier on this one. So Xcel talked to us. We talked to Xcel after my opening, and they pointed us to where in the record these revised numbers came from in 1022. So what was originally in there is Minnesota net plant. What they're adding is net of aided, so rate base essentially. So with that understanding, we're fine with the Xcel's edits to 1022.
So that would be in decision option 1022. It would include the underlying language in 1.8 million Minnesota jurisdictional? You're
Yes,
okay
Madam
with
Chair.
that?
Yes, we're okay with what they've added there.
And Xcel is there, then I would move decision option 1022. Is there any discussion? No. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, the motion prevails. Commissioner Sullivan, time of use rate.
I'm doing this on the fly, but my thinking would be to do decision option 1023, but then to modify 1024 to say implement deferred accounting for the rate comparison tool costs.
So you take out the disallow then, or?
Yeah.
So essentially, A becomes part of 2023.
Yeah.
Or 1023, yeah, okay.
But I think I would love one of our lawyers to look at me and say, yeah, that makes sense. And they're not doing that.
Commissioner Partridge, does that work?
Yes, Chair Sieben.
Mr. Manning?
Staff would just like to clarify whether you're intending for them to recover the tool in rates and also implement the tracker, or do you want them to pull the tracker costs out of rates and then implement the tracker?
I think you would pull the tracker costs out of rates, and then that would then come up at a future rate case, right?
Can't defer accounting unless you defer something, I guess.
I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Oh,
Chair Sieben. And I don't know if this is necessary. We could add to 1023, keep it as is, and then at the end of that sentence, say minus costs or accept costs associated with the rate comparison tool. does that make it clear that it would not be in base rates and would only be in deferred accounting? I don't know if it's necessary.
Staff believes so, yes.
Pardon, Mr. Manning?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, staff believes that clarification would help.
Should we have some language that's flashed up or no? We're good?
Ms. Killer, the motion is clear?
As long as the company says they're okay, then we're pretty good. They're giving us thumbs up, so.
We understand what the motion is, commissioners?
Yes.
All in favor of Commissioner Sullivan's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. Then, Commissioner Sullivan, if you wanted to kind of move through up to the general allocator issue, if you wanted to make a grouping of extreme heat, energy supply, distribution O&M, transmission O&M, and customer care.
So on all of,
Do it separate.
no, on all of these decision options, so 1026, I went with the ALJ. So 1026. On energy supply, I went with the ALJ for 1028. For distribution O&M, that's Commissioner Tuma revised,
1030.
1030.
Tuma new 1030.
Tuma new 1030, okay.
Revised, there was a little revision to the language, so that's clear.
Tuma new revised 1030.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Then for transmission O&M, I'm with 1033, the ALJ and the departments, 1033. For customer care O&M, I have the ALJ's 1035. And then that takes us to the general allocator.
Just, let's hold off on that then.
Okay.
Okay, so on Commissioner Sullivan's motion, was that clear for commissioners and staff? All in favor of Commissioner Sullivan's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. And then Commissioner Hom on the allocators,
Yeah, but
or no?
so general allocator, there is a suggested addition. So you want to make a motion?
In 1038, is that what you're talking about? There's a adjustment amounts reflect denied recovery of long-term incentive. Who proposed that? Or does anyone want to, why don't we just, on general allocator, who wants to make a motion?
I mean, I can make a motion on general allocator. I was just, on those, I was with the ALJ. So on general allocator, I was with 1038. And with the interchange agreement allocator, I was with the department at 1040. And yes, that's where and then Commissioner Tuma, do you have something on indirect wildfire cost?
Yeah, approve the recovery of indirect wildfire costs based on, let's see, tab 3. So allocator jurisdiction recovery of indirect wildfire costs based on the last 5 years of actual jurisdictional direct wildfire mitigation costs. If 5 years is not available for, then use the available data.
And that's was it Tuma new?
Tuma revised 1042.
Tuma revised 1042. So my motion would be on the general allocators would be 1038, 1040, and Tuma revised 1042.
Any discussion of that motion? On Commissioner Sullivan's motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. So on base pay, I would move 1043, Xcel's number, and that the ALJ supported, and then 1047 as the department proposed. For incentive comp, I'd move 1050. This is what the commission has long done, and the ALJ recommended. And then on annual incentive plan, the cap of, or I would move 1053A, which is the new numbers that the ALJ supported. And then if I just keep going on AIP administration, I'd move the ALJ's recommended 1054, 1057, and then my 1059B. Which has parts A and B, not to be confusing. But if any commissioner wants to talk about any of those, we can pull it out or break it up. And then just to keep going, unlimited availability benefits, the ALJ recommended 1063, and for miscellaneous benefits, the ALJ recommended 1065. And
I was confused.
oh wait, sorry.
1067A, I think it was what was
right.
What was being recommended now, but
Yes,
that's my
no,
notes.
you're right. I'm sorry, I have that. So instead of 1065, it's, Mr. Manning, I think this is right, 1067A.
I believe that is correct. That is the.
That's the ALJ recommendation. Was my motion clear, or any questions on it then? All in favor of my motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Commissioner Tuma, we're on the top of page 17, I think, non-qualifying expense.
I have the ALJ's 1068, ALJ's 1071 on board director's expense. Outside services, I agreed with the ALJ at 1073. And then on organizational dues, I'll stop there because I think Commissioner Sullivan had some ideas on that, so.
So 1068, 1071, and 1073.
Yep.
Any discussion? All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. Commissioner Sullivan?
On this section, I proposed rejecting the EEI dues. I know that EEI is a fine organization, and they represent their utilities, but I don't see that as a shareholder, as a ratepayer expense. I am comfortable with recovery of half of the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce dues, and that's where I'm at with this.
1076, 1077.
Yep. So yeah, that would be 1076 and 1077.
I don't think this is like a big deal, but I had supported the ALJ on their recovery of dues for EEI and had just thought back to how some of their experts had testified to the commission directly about wildfire costs. And I thought that was helpful. So I think it's fine to do this, Commissioner Sullivan, and I'll support it. But I just want to say, I think they provide a valuable service to commissions, and full disallowance is kind of maybe like a compromise would be 50% of their dues, like we do for the chamber, but.
I think you're, I remember that they do offer those, like with what you were referring to. I would be amenable to the compromise of 50%.
So I'm not sure how to do that on the fly, Ms. Kaler. If we change the 10, what number did you do? For EEI dues, Commissioner Sullivan?
I did full disallowance of 1077.
Oh, that's right, it's
So
the
allow
next page.
Xcel to
So-
recover 50%
Yeah,
Yeah.
of
Yep.
dues of approximately.
Yep.
so do you want to make that motion?
Sure.
Okay, so Commissioner Sullivan moves,
So,
sorry, go ahead.
oh, I was just I'll accept Commissioner Tuma's recommendation to allow Xcel, so for 1074, allow Xcel Energy to recover approximately 50%, or to recover 50% of approximately 677,000 annual dues for EEI, and then decision option 1076 to allow Xcel to recover 50% of the Chamber of Commerce's dues.
For the record, I actually supported your original motion, but I'm supportive also of the compromise, so.
Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. I don't know who's doing, maybe employee awards and gifts. I had supported the ALJ recommendation, so I'd move 1078. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. Investor Relations, Commissioner Tuma,
I think Commissioner Sullivan had
or
this one. Because I see his name showing up on the next two.
I have, that's under the rate case expenses is where I'm at, not on 1078 or 1079.
I'd move the, on Investor Relations, the ALJ recommended 50% expenses because I think half of the costs were demonstrated to be related to shareholder costs.
Yeah, and I would support that. I've in the past said flotation should be that, but I'm not going to pick that fight again.
All in favor of 1081, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Rate case expenses, who wants to make a motion?
I see Sullivan's name there, so that's why I was.
Well, I can just say what I was thinking, and then if you guys want to, vote me off the island, I understand. But I just looked at it like, there's significant value for shareholders in rate case determinations, and kind of much like the determinations with dues, you're kind of making a judgment call, and I guess there are benefits in rate cases. There certainly are benefits in rate cases to ratepayers, so I just thought the OAG made a persuasive argument on it, and that was where I was at on it. But, yeah.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Stephen. I can support the motion because there are two reasons. One is, yes, there is a value for the shareholder, but also there is a significant concern that utilities overpowering other parties with their free for all, like they can spend as much as they can, and like a financial case, they have a 2 to 3 witness compared to department has only 1 witness, very limited time. So to avoid potential moral hazard issue, I think company has to be accountable. So that's why I can support your motion.
I think I can support it too. Commissioner Sullivan, I had approved, or I had circled in my notes the ALJ's recovery of the full rate case expense, but so much changed just yesterday that in the filings by the company that it made me doubt whether the full ROE analysis that likely took lots of money and expert time was all necessary. So I think you made case here for, or at least I'm persuaded that removing some of the expenses is fair, so. On Commissioner Sullivan's 1083, all in favor, please say, sorry, Commissioner Partridge, please.
So I agree with a lot that has been said. I would say, I think going forward, I would encourage parties to specify the topics or the particular expenses that they want excluded from the rate case and to develop the record around that, because while I agree that there are likely things that should not be included in here, I think it would in the future be helpful to have record development around which pieces those are, so that we can further refine this amount.
That's a good point. Any other discussion? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Siebert. Also, we have to approve the amortization, so we may have to edit the language, right?
Amortization of the rate case expense?
Yeah, after we deny it, what amortization we are approving it? 3 years, as stated in 1082?
Oh.
Okay. You are ahead of me, as always, here.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Schultz.
my understanding is that our 1083 incorporates the 3-year amortization. So if that's the amortization you go with, I don't think you can adopt 1083.
We're good. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so on Commissioner Sullivan's 1083, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Liquidated damages, Commissioner Tuma.
Aye. Mr. Sullivan on this one, too.
On this one, you know, my feet were not, I found the department's arguments a little bit more persuasive. But I would, I think that's, I could go with the ALJ's number as well.
And I thought yours was similar to ALJ, but that's just my notes say that. I'm not remembering it that detailed, so.
So you would move
I'll move the,
108B, or I mean, sorry.
I'll move the, actually, I'll move.
1085.
Yeah, 1085A, the ALJ's recommendation. Not what I have on my list.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor of 1084, please say aye.
Aye.
1085.
1085.
Oh,
A.
That too.
Let's redo that. Commissioner Sullivan moves
1085A,
1085A.
which is
To
the
require
ALJ's.
Xcel Energy to include liquidated damages of 0.2 million in the O&M forecast for 25 and 26.
Correct.
On that motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. On insurance, Commissioner Sullivan or Commissioner Tuma?
No, Madam Chair, I still think E is, it works, certainly. I don't know what the desire, Commissioner Sullivan, after we thought about it, whether we want to make this decision. I seriously think the company should look at, for better accounting purposes, to separate these, and I don't necessarily need to do the business for them. I agree with your 1087, and so if that's the motion, I will support it. But at some point, I think we really need to separate out the insurance categories, and that really falls on the company. They refused to do it. They litigated it, they lost, and they came back and basically did about the same thing they did the last rate case. And so I'm not willing to give them a whole lot of room here, but I think this is a solution that will help level out and allow for better recovery in the long run. The E would. But I do support 1087 if you're not ready to move with the E decision at this stage. So I'll leave it up to you. What do you want to do?
Let me just look at your E, right? Commissioner Tuma, I mean, I'm just more comfortable with the 1087, the one that I put forward, but I would be, I mean, in a future rate case, I mean, if there's a way that, you know, we can, if we need to, I mean, signal to them now, or if we can put something forward like that they shall propose a
I was
different.
hoping last year's signal was enough for them, but apparently they didn't get it. Now I spelled it out for them.
Yeah.
So now they know. I don't need a study on this. This is pretty straightforward stuff. They see what I think is appropriate. If I'm here and still doing this, they can make a decision whether they want to do it in the next rate case or not. And so I'm comfortable with, if you're more comfortable at this stage, making that, I am comfortable with 1087.
Does the company, no, okay, yep. I mean, I was interested in what you're saying, Commissioner Tuma, so I hope the company is listening and that they'll bring us, you know, in the future rate case, that they'll strongly consider separating those out. But I would move 1087.
I would support that.
Any other discussion? All in favor of Commissioner Sullivan's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. Property taxes, Commissioner Tuma?
Yeah, I got 1093 and 1096 on my notes, and so I'm looking.
I
for
had
Robert to make sure.
1091, the ALJs, but you're saying it in, or no?
This is where I have Department ALJ is 1093, and so that's what I was thinking with 96. Is what I have in my notes, but I'm drawing a pre-lunch mental glitch here, so. Looking at staff.
Mr. Manning, do you remember?
This is where it was confusing because both list ALJ and so.
It says 1091
I see all
with
of
the
them
corrected
ALJ.
numbers.
This was confusing me, yeah.
I put down 1091 or 1093. So I think what you're moving, Commissioner Tuma, is similar to 1091. And Mr. Dobson and the department and the ALJ support. Mr. Dornfeld, can you clarify what it says? You support 1093.
Chair Sieben, my understanding is that 1093 really just combines 1091 and 1094. It's the same dollar amount. It just incorporates the true-up mechanism. So I think you can kind of get there to the same result several different ways.
Commissioner Partridge.
Chair Sieben, can I ask just a clarification maybe of the company that it says in 1093, it says it reducing the forecast or reducing Xcel's jurisdictional expense. Is that from the true-up mechanism? What is the reduction from exactly?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, no, that's not the true-up mechanism. That's just adjusting the baseline, and then it would be subject to the true-up.
What is it reducing the baseline for? What is the reduction in 1093 as opposed to 1091? Mr. Dornfeld, do you know the answer to my question?
Chair Sieben and Commissioner Partridge, I think 1093 is just more detailed. So in the company's rate case application, they forecast a baseline amount of property tax expense. The department recommended an adjustment.
Okay.
And so that's just showing how much of the reduction from Xcel's application is being reflected in the decision option.
1096.
Got it. Okay.
So
1096 removes the cap. That was what I'm recalling.
Got it. So it's not further reducing, it's just specifying the amount by which we reduced it.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, I'm clarified now. Sorry, it took me a minute.
And I want to be clear, 1090, I was confused, 1095, DOC's name was removed from 1095. And I'm trying to, I took that as you're okay with removing the cap, Mr. Dornfield, so correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct. That was a recommendation the department made, I think, a direct testimony and didn't pursue throughout the case. And so the ALJ just independently picked up on it.
So, Mr. Manning, if Commissioner Tuma moves just 1093, that's what you're doing?
Well, I was going to move 1096 to remove the cap too, but I think that might be an issue we want to separate out.
Okay, so,
Commissioner Tuma, if you want to reverse the ALJ report, you're going to need 1096.
so first we'll move 1093, which is the ALJ recommendation on property taxes for the now. First, does that work?
Yes.
So, and,
And I'll move that.
so Commissioner Tuma moves 1093. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. And then Commissioner Tuma, do you want to,
I'm fine with removing
Removing
the cap.
the cap.
I don't think there is a need for a cap on this. Property taxes are property taxes, so they have to pay them for, it's not like shareholders have separate assets out there it's property taxes, so they have to pay for property taxes to run a plant, they gotta do it, so that's why I'm okay with it.
so Commissioner Tuma moves 1096. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. Commissioner Sullivan?
We're at virtual power plants.
We're at distribution capacity investments. I think you'd move the
I moved.
ALJ's 1097.
Yep. Yeah, Commissioner Steven, I'm, 1097.
1099.
And then for the targeted underground, 1099. And then, I'm not planning to, as far as, do you want me to do virtual power plants too? I was 1103, so to
And then do
reject
you
the
wanna
joint
keep
interveners
going
proposal.
on distribution planning, equity considerations?
Sure. As far as, I talked with staff on this, and my intention would be to just have Xcel continue with their existing IDP, but we don't need to do anything on this front. So we don't, actually, if we're not going to accept the joint interveners decision options, then the preference would be to not do anything with 1106, and that makes sense, so that, the IDP process is going on its own trajectory, and we don't need to insert anything into that.
And do you want to keep going on?
Equity Knox tracker.
Yep.
For that, I was supportive of 1106, which would allow Xcel Energy to,
1108.
oh, yeah, sorry. No,
That was the wrong number.
I'm looking, yeah.
So for the Equity Knox tractor, you had indicated in your pre-filed that you supported approval of,
I have a discrepancy in my notes here, so that's okay. But yes, 1108. And then as far as the classification of meters, that was, so I've 1106 and 1108. That's what I was,
you just said that's either allowing them to continue, or you just said we don't need to do 1106. Either way, they're going to keep doing what they're doing
okay.
on the IDP.
Okay, sorry, yeah, my notes got a little mixed up here.
I think then your numbering did. So if you skipped 1106, then your next one was the equity tracker, which is 1108, and then
we could just move on.
should we vote on all that and
Sure.
then move on to AMI?
Sure. Thank you
Okay.
for the assist.
Well, so Commissioner Sullivan moves, is that clear, Ms. Kaler, what the motion is? It would be 1097, 1099, and 1103 is what we're voting on now. And 1108, thank you. All in favor of Commissioner Sullivan's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. So then, Commissioner Sullivan, what did you want to do on classification of AMI meters and equipment?
I was going to do 1110, and which would be to require Xcel to submit a study comparing the costs. I'm amenable to putting in end benefits of AMI meters.
Did we need to, is that your language, or at least the way I have it written here, it just said for the next rate case? Is that clear in your?
That is what my intention is, but I don't think it hurts to say in the next rate case. I think most of these are currently in a different tracker. So
That works.
maybe we should just check with Xcel. Is that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, are you asking about the addition to the decision option?
I'm asking about, yeah, like the I don't know what I'm asking.
It's either you're moving 1110.
I'm moving 1110, right?
And that when you would submit the study, Mr. Dobson, I had thought earlier I'd put in my notes that it was for the next rate case. You put the study in, and is that what we're that's what we mean?
That's my understanding, and that's what we would intend to do.
Yeah, yeah, okay, good. Thank you again for the assist.
And then are you doing 1111?
No, I'm just doing 1110.
Okay. On decision option 1110, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. So then between 1111 or 1112, we have to approve cost allocation of AMI meters. Commissioner Sullivan, either as the ALJ recommended, and I think that OAG said something about this morning, or as the ALJ recommended. I don't know. Oh, no, never mind. Either 1111 or 1112.
You know, I was reflecting on the conversation that we had with Mr. Barlow last week, where most of these are already included in a different tracker mechanism. And my understanding from that conversation was that it wasn't actually necessary to pick something, but I could be confused.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Sullivan. Ryan Barlow from Cozen O'Connor for Xcel Energy. Commissioner Sullivan, we agree you don't need to select either 1111 or 1112.
But we're not, it doesn't say anything in the ALJ report that then we need to remove either.
Chair Stephen, our understanding is that we'll do the meter study and propose a different, or maybe the same allocation method, but we'll justify it based on the study that we complete. There's no need to change allocations for this case. The commission can make a revenue apportionment decision based on the record, and we'll use the meter study to develop the record further in the next case.
Okay. So, Commissioner Sullivan, you want to just move on then?
Just move on, yeah.
Now we're at resolve financial issues. Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Commissioner Stephen. There's a lot of these. I'm thinking, do you want me to go by section or just go ahead and just slowly go through each of these since they're unresolved? Okay, and then I'll be looking at my paper, so if you want to stop me, please make a sound. There you go. Okay. Starting with community solar gardens, I move 1113. With customer advances, I move 1115. 15. With nuclear decommissioning and accrual costs, I move 1116 and 1117. With transmission, distribution, and general depreciation, I move 1119. Distributed intelligence, my energy connection, I move 1120. Distributed intelligence, I move 1121. Employee expense, I move 1122. Electric vehicle program, I move 1123. Hosting capacity, I move 1124. Laverne battery allocation, I move 1125. Nuclear production tax credits, I move 1126. Solar production tax credits, 1127. Federal production tax credits, 1128. Remaining lives and net salvage rates, 1129. Remaining lives, 1130. TCR rider removal and FERC reclassification, I move 1131. TCR rider removal update, I move 1133. Service quality, I move 1135. Sherco inventory write-off, I move 1136. Wildfire mitigation program, I move 1138 and 1139. Wildfire mitigation pole loading clearance program, I move 1140. Research and experimentation federal and state tax credits, I move 1141. North Dakota investment tax credits, I move 1142. Distribution communications infrastructure, 1143. Bad debt expense adjustment, 1144. Sales true-up, 1146. Capital true-up, 1147. Property tax true-up, 1148. Coal combustion residuals, 1149 and 1150. Bad debt expense tracker, 1151. Discrete capacity project investments, 1153. Deferred accounting for emission allowances, 1154.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of Commissioner Partridge's motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. Okay, good work.
Madam Chair, can I just have one quick
Yes.
second? I apologize. I need to correct something that I said earlier, and so I apologize for that. But during the discussion of the transmission ROE that Commissioner Hom had with Mr. Halama, I indicated that we hadn't indicated anything on the record. That was just wrong, so I apologize. We do have some discussion of that in the record, so I wanted to address that. It's on page 81 of Mr. Halama's direct testimony. So.
I think do you think, Commissioners, we need an hour for lunch? Till 2? Yes, we'll take.
If you want, I can do it in 45 too, if you need to, but hour's fine.
The question is, can Commissioner Sullivan do it in an hour or 45 minutes?
I could do it in faster than that. That was what my goal.
3 minutes.
So, well, how about we come back at 10 to 2 at 1:50. The commission stands in recess until then.
Sounds like a good compromise.
The commission will come back from its recess, and the first thing we're going to do is go back and look at the Sherco inventory write-off. And I understand that we adopted decision option 1136, but the number wasn't corrected as it is in 1137. And so I think what we just need to do is maybe vote on the updated number of 5.9 million in 1136. So commissioners, if you understand what I'm saying, and I'll just confirm with the parties that this is correct, what we should have done is we will vote to authorize Xcel to amortize the write-off amount of 5.9 million over 3 years, and revise the revenue requirement to reflect the 3-year amortization beginning in 2025. So first I'll correct or ask the department and Xcel if that should have been our motion with the updated number and that slight modification. Mr. Dobson?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, I agree. That's updated with the corrected number.
And the department?
Yeah, I'm just going to pull up the department's testimony on this issue. Confirm.
So the corrected number was picked up in 1137, but not in 1136, Mr. Dornfeld, but you can take time you need to confirm that. Oh, Ms. Campbell just turned her camera on, but I didn't see you until you turned it off. Ms. Campbell, did you want to weigh in?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm only seeing the 8.1. Could Xcel direct us to where they see this revised number? Because that was handled by Mr. Johnson, I believe,
Ms. Campbell,
for the department.
Mr. Dornfeld?
take a look at Mr. Johnson's rebuttal at page 12, subject to confirmation by Ms. Campbell. I think that we can confirm that that's the company's correct.
It does look like that's correct. Apologies. Thank you.
Okay, so the commission will now vote to, instead of what we did before on 1136, Ms. Kaler, tell me if this is a clear enough motion. Instead, we will vote to update the number to 5.9 million in our decision option 1136. Is that, I didn't say that very well, but commissioners understand the motion? Is there any discussion? All in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Okay, then we're going to move to volume 3 first, and questions and deliberations on volume 3. And Commissioner Hom, why don't you begin, please?
Thank you, Chair Steven. I have question to department and company whether you agree on these edits, and then whether you're okay with my condition.
What decision numbers are those, Commissioner Hom, just to, or do you?
So there is an edit in the decision option 3002 and 3005. I don't know who made that edit, but I didn't make it. And then I proposed 3006.
So it's the new underlying language that's blue in the
Yep.
revised decision options.
Yes.
Mr. Dobson.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, so 3002 and 3005 were our revisions, and so I agree with those, and we're fine with 3006 as well.
Then I need just a department's confirmation.
Can you repeat those decision options one more time?
So 3002, Xcel insert additional language. I don't think it's any problem. They just want to make sure that exactly what number they are using for the revenue calculation. And then 3005, they insert for 2005 and 2006 right after revenues. So I don't think that's anything substantive. So if you think 3002 insert is substantive, let me know whether that's your agreement with the company or not.
So Commissioner Hom, your support and question is, does the department support the new language in 3002 in addition to what was already there?
Yes.
Thank you for the question, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's generally understanding of sort of the mechanics here.
And then you are okay with my proposed 3006. We had that discussion last week.
Yeah, we're comfortable with 3006. We're always happy to work with the company and certainly do so going forward.
But that means we shouldn't have this discussion again in next rate case.
I'll share your feedback with the department.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Sullivan, did you have something here too?
I do have something here that is new, and maybe we could flash up on the screen what I'm thinking about. And Mr. Maratska is probably going to have a thought or 10 on what I'm about to say. So he may want to, oh, there he is. Okay. But here is what I'm thinking. Mr. Maratska, I have been, when I was looking in not just the sales forecast, but in class cost of service, I was thinking about the impact of our state's conservation programs on the residential class and the commercial class, and that the aggregated impact of that over the last 20 years that those programs have been in existence has been to massively reduce the usage, both energy and peak, of those classes. And what that is doing at a macro level is it's shifting more of those system costs over to XLI and XLI, the businesses that are part of XLI, because you guys do not do the conservation programs. You have exemptions for conservation, which you file with the Department of Commerce and are on file at Commerce. So what I want to do here is, in the future rate case, I think it's important for the Commission to understand what the impact on the sales forecast, or what the impact on sales would be if we backed into future sales forecasts as if conservation never happened, so that we can see how significant conservation has been. That's what I'm trying to do with this. And I just want, I think it'll be important going forward, and it'll be important for how we look at how we allocate between the classes. So, because what I'm concerned, and my theory is that, since the businesses that you represent are basically deciding in the short term, we don't want to pay for conservation. In the long term, they're basically kind of, they're in the long term, they're shifting costs themselves. They're making their problem, they're making rates a problem in the long term because they're not doing conservation. So that's If I'm wrong, I think this information would show that I'm wrong, but if I'm right, then this information I think will be useful to this commission and future commissions. So I want to give you the opportunity to.
Mr. Maresca.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, a couple of points, and I'll try to address just the underlying premise, which our clients XLI would
Disagree that they're not doing conservation? Mm-hmm.
vigorously disagree.
I know
okay?
they would.
So if the commission were to look at those reports, and I think as part of the government, it could see the trade secret versions of those reports. And having been involved in the drafting of those reports for 15 years, I can, without sharing confidential information, can at least relay there's a substantial amount of money that is spent on conservation. And there is also a substantial amount of savings as part of the conservation, right? So so it would be inaccurate to assert that first, the customers aren't doing conservation, and second, that they're not paying for it. What the exemption is designed to address, what the legislature recognized, is that those customers shouldn't have to pay twice or more than twice for doing the same thing, because they're going to do their projects. They're going to do, and these are sophisticated businesses with teams of folks that are hired specifically to manage energy costs, right? We're not talking about the businesses that don't have an allocated team. We're talking about, big Fortune 500 type companies that have a team of folks looking at energy use at each of the facilities around the country, figuring out what can we do on energy efficiency here. These aren't light bulb projects. These are process improvements to make the production costs less per unit of energy production. So, the system has benefited, all ratepayers have benefited from XLI members' efforts on conservation. And the only thing that the exemption has provided for is that those customers pay their own for the conservation that they're doing, and they're not entitled to any refunds, rebates, or anything else that other customers have paid. So it's sort of a more surgical approach to something that's super complicated, and recognizes that these are very energy intensive, complicated production facilities where y'all go do your own thing. You're going to have shown, and they did over many, many years, that they were achieving the same or more in terms of energy conservation than the statute allows. So I don't think, certainly there hasn't been developed in this record, but if given the opportunity, happy to develop the record that they've not only paid conservation charges, they've paid more,
So
and they've conserved more.
As I'm interpreting what you're saying right now, I think this could be productive, because my hope would be that if we do this, if the commission were to adopt this, that we would have more. I don't think there's a lot of insight into what is going on, or what your clients are doing on conservation. And I hope that the exemption that you have is working. Like, I really do hope it's working. This would help me understand if what you say is accurate. This would help me understand that it is working. I think it would do a service if it is working. If it's not working, then I also think that that would be helpful. So from my perspective, either outcome is good, but.
And if I may, the other piece that I think this is premised on is that all reductions in sales have been due to Xcel's conservation efforts. And I don't think that that's 100% true. I think there's been a good chunk, of course, but
I think not to get overly wonky, but there is organic conservation that's just happening, and then there's programmatic conservation, which is what the company, files to the Department of Commerce and gets an incentive on. And I don't think it's possible this way. I think the organic conservation is just happening and is reflected But I would be talking about backing into a new future sales forecast, the programmatic conservation that the company has sought a incentive payment on.
But respectfully, Commissioner Sullivan, there's also lost energy sales due to uncompetitive rates. That's Xceli's position, that businesses have left the state because of high electric energy costs. As a result, if that isn't addressed, you're assuming there's conservation that was neither of those two types. They're just lost sales.
I mean, I'd be happy to hear what my colleagues think.
Thank you. Yeah, Jesse. But yeah, in general, what I heard from the general business was unless there is a crossover ROI within 3 years, they hesitate to adopt a new technology and new innovation. I think typically large industrial customers should go through that innovation, and they're saving money through that. I think that's what Mr. Moratzka is trying to say. I think companies are looking for every opportunity, but also there is a potential beyond if ROI is a crossover point is beyond 3 years. But also I clearly recognize if certain equipment life is 10 years, they don't want to replace it, even if it's more efficient, unless their return on investment is clear. So I think there are more complications. So one way or another, I'm okay. I can move your motion and I can support, but also I'm a little bit skeptical we may not find a lot of good information from it.
Did we want to hear from the company what they thought about it, since they're going to do the report?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, Eric Swanson for Xcel Energy. I think a couple of questions about this, since we're sort of reacting in real time. Am I understanding, Commissioner Sullivan, that this would just be for purposes of determining a reasonable revenue allocation? Or were you thinking this would flow into some sort of alternative class cost of service study? I'm just not sure how this information would be used.
I mean, I would let a future commission determine how they would want to use it, but from my perspective, it would be a useful conversation point. If it's done correctly, it would be a useful conversation point when we're determining the subsidies that are being made between the classes.
Thank you. And then also, it's not clear from the language here, are you looking at what the sales change would be absent conservation just in that year? Because of course our conservation programs have built a wealth of savings.
I think that, and I would turn to Commissioner Partridge because I think she probably she'll know exactly, but I think that it's based on 15 years is the life of the measure. So you're talking about the number of megawatt hours that have been saved over 15 years. So it's a big number. But it's also what's happened. And the company has received a very nice, handsome incentive payment from it. So I would think that you stand behind that number.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, we absolutely would stand behind that number. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure we're having some conversations, and I'm not exactly sure how we would do this, but we'll certainly try if that's the Commission's pleasure.
Chair Stephen, I think one question I would have for the department is, could you give us an update on where you are with relation to the next or current potential study? Because I think this will be a more complicated calculation than it may seem and might require. So as I've seen it done, it's no longer do they just assume every measure it has the same lifetime. It's now done on a more granular level to get a more specific cumulative energy savings resource. And so I think what you're saying, makes sense, but it might require some pretty in-depth calculations, and the department has a ongoing cycle of doing a potential study that may help to provide some of this information and fact could be maybe even entered into the record for the next rate case to inform this discussion. I also just can't help myself, but I do have to take issue with something Mr. Maratska said, which I don't think anywhere in the exemption statute does it require the exempt companies to show that they've saved equally or more than they would have under the conservation program, if I recall.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, having worked on the reports and the statute changed, excuse me, over time, and what was required to get the exemption, there are a series of reports, and apologies if my memory's not perfect, but I think that there were reports in 2006 and 2011, before the statute was changed, that laid out different versions of cost effectiveness and what was achieved. In my recollection, I'd have to go back to confirm, but coordinating with the department on the form of the report, it did in fact show that information.
In 2011.
2006 and 2011, and then it may have been that the statute was modified after in 2012, 2013, and then modified again later in the teens. I'm not prepared to offer commentary on that, but the reporting is fairly detailed, and I think even some customers kept the old form simply because it was what they had been doing anyway.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you, but I am not swayed by a report from 2011 and 2026. But Mr. Dornfeld, did Dr. Lieb give you an update on the potential study?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, she did. My understanding is that the department is on track to complete the potential study by the end of the year.
Okay. And Mr. Dornfeld, do you think that the potential study could help inform this conversation by providing information about the cumulative resource to date? I know it works on a utility by utility basis.
I don't think the department has a strong view on that. It's possible.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. The one caution is during the discussion, you say we are shifting the cost from the SIP eligible class to the large industrial. I changed the description a little bit. LPI is missing something good. They are missing the cheaper resource. I think I prefer that description rather than we are shifting. There's no shift because residential, we is paying for the SIP and they're getting the SIP and they are not causing cost. So I think it's a fair allocation being said. I think once again, clearly there is a benefit because company need a little more information that if they're only focusing on the ROI, return on investment for first 3 years and trying to see whether there is a crossover or not, this kind of information can help the company to think more carefully. We may not impose a SIP, but they may do more innovation within the company if they see this value.
Exactly. I mean, there's nothing that we can do to force a company to get it, but I think information is helpful.
Yeah, I agree.
So I have nothing further on this.
Other questions on Volume 3, Commissioners? Should we move to, are we ready to vote then? Commissioner Hom?
Then I'll move decision option 3001, 3002 as modified, 3003, 3004, 3005 as modified, and Ham 3006, Sullivan 3007.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion is adopted. So should we go back to Volume 2 now?
That makes more sense.
Okay. On Volume 2, Commissioner Sullivan, you filed a decision option that had a number in it with no explanation. So why don't we start with you laying out why you arrived at that number, because I didn't see it, or I didn't know what your thinking was. I don't know if
Yeah, I'm
you
happy
wanted
to
to start,
explain
but
my
that
thinking.
might,
So thank you, Chair Sieben, and I put out the number of 9.6, and I always do in these decisions and determinations, I like to be very clear about how I get to that number. So for everybody listening, you can see my thinking process, and it's very clear and objective. And I do think that that's also consistent with the way that we're acting under the quasi-judicial authority here. And this is a fact-based decision. It needs to be based on what I see as objective, and not kind of more subjective or other pieces. So the other thing I do want to say is that in no way is my thinking driven at all by the agreement that Xcel and ECC have developed, or where they're at. This is purely based on how I look at the record, and it has nothing to do with that arrangement that they've worked on. But I start with the ALJ's determination of 9.8, and almost everything in the ALJ, I thought that Judge Meyer did a very nice job of articulating, why he got to 9.8. Where I disagree with him a little bit is I have always thought that XLIs, I think that, the expert Picante, and I reread their testimony, I think that there's value in that framing, and they have as a 50 basis point reduction because of the 6 mechanisms for rate recovery outside of a rate case, or the 6 mechanisms that they have is for revenue recovery. So I think that reduces risk from that 9.8 number. So that being said, there are factors that push ROE up in my mind. So putting into the soup of starting at 9.8, dropping down with because of the XLI 50 basis point reduction, but then pushing things up we have an uncertain interest rate environment right now. We have a significant amount of uncertainty around our central bank, and just today they signaled a potential for raising interest rates later in the year, though they kept them the same right today or yesterday. We have inflationary pressure. I do appreciate what Cub said earlier, that is baked into their to the proxy groups. But I also think about what we have in the financial elements, in particular with the, holding Xcel to, like with insurance, there's risk that is added to them there. Prepaid pension, there's risk that's added to them there. So all of these go into my calculation, and where I get from, the ALJ's number of 9.8, factoring all of those in together, some which are pushing the number down, some that are pushing the number up, I get to 9.6. And I could see being at 9.55, I could see being at 9.65, but I'm right in there at 9.6. I also do think, XLI's, their proxy group came in at 9.8 or 9.58. So there was convergence there for me around that number, and that's how I get to that number. Is that helpful?
yeah, it's helpful for me. Did you want to ask any questions of parties about?
I mean, I guess the one question I think it would be interesting to know is, from XLI, and, there's a difference between, you got to 9.58 as kind of an aggregated number between, in your analysis. I believe that you took some utilities out of the proxy group, or how did you get to that 9.58 number? Again, if you could chalk my memory.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I do have, I can give you an answer, but we also do have Ms. LeConte, who did the analysis on the phone if there's specific questions. We did use, my recollection is that the XLI did use the company's proxy group. And there was some difference in application of the DCF methodology. Ms. LeConte
That's right.
used the
Yeah.
FERC approach, which is well-known and
Yep.
well-used. But again, and appreciate all the, thoughts and lines of questioning, just observing that that's only one leg of the three-legged stool. We've talked about the comparability, but not the sufficiency or the adequacy, and that helps bring the ROE down.
That's where I'm at. And then another thing that since I have the mic right now, I appreciate what Commissioner Hom, what you're thinking about. Like I'm very interested in that. My mind goes to, like I said the other day, let's not jump on the ice. But I am very interested in developing that in the future rate case. And I think that those are important questions. And I know the company is very opposed to that. But I mean, I think that's important. But since it's not really developed in this record, I would like to see it developed in a future record, which I suspect will be sooner rather than later.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So I'll try to prove my case, but I don't know whether I can prove this case. But this is not a new document. This is attached to the department witness. So you can find this is a department's witness. DOC CMA-D7 is a department witness Adenazio's direct testimony attachment. So it's nothing new. Last week we discussed. I'm just showing the number. So if you carefully look at the column, the third column from the most right, we may need to give time for the parties to find the records. Common equity ratio, that's what I was discussing. I just gave only one example. So yeah, I think we had that discussion last week, so this is nothing new. I just want to show it is in the record. Some of those, the lowest one has a preferred stock, so we have to add a little number to it because that's also equity. But being said, still, these guys are doing this. This is a proxy group department has. Company had a similar proxy group, except the three companies from here, they have a common 12 companies. Okay. In addition to that one, so I'll move on to the next discussion about DCF and all other methodology we are using is as good as we have a good proxy group. I think I discussed that last week too. Both company and department has a proxy group, including Duke Energy and NextEra, which are two largest utility, the electric or gas combination utility in the nation. And then you can clearly see their capitalization. Xcel's capitalization is $13 to $14 billion. NSPM, not the holding company level. So now we are comparing NSPM, which is about $13 to $14 billion size, capitalization size, to this wide variety of companies. I'm not blaming anybody because it's because due to the merger and acquisition happened last 20, 30 years. We are keep losing this tight proxy group. That's why we had to have this large proxy group. That means we have a huge margin of error. All this number is not a precise number. This number is an estimate. When estimate has a large margin of error, we have to give weight on different things. Being said, I also had a significant concern with how Xcel is arguing in this matter. I mentioned before, this is also, once again, not a new information. This is based on the same testimony. We had a discussion about wildfire impact to Minnesota. It's not our wildfire, Colorado wildfire and New Mexico wildfire.
Why don't you say what it is?
Oh, this is exhibit CMA-D-8, so it's the same testimony in the following attachment to the prior ones.
Page 5.
Yeah, page 5 of 11. So it's Xcel provide information that department did the discovery and they have this. It is facts. Xcel admit that S&P lowered NSBM credit rating by 1 notch after this wildfire. They cited it that is due to the holding company risk related to this wildfire. Xcel testimony state, no, we cannot quantify that one, so we don't know what our credit rating impact and all other things, including the rates of the debt. Here's an example. NSPM and PSC Colorado has a 1-notch difference. Their spread has about 10 base point difference. To me, this is a clear evidence, but Xcel didn't say it in their testimony. They say, oh, fire impact is unquantifiable. So I think it's not reflected in this overall decision-making process. That's why department was recommending 9.25 as fair assessment of including all these Xcel failed to prove, with clear evidence showing that Xcel is not reflecting this, even though they have this information. For the capital structure, okay, I'll set aside ROE issue, isolate capital structure as a textbook. So I think Xcel hated it, so I understand, but we have to start with the textbook. Textbook, 50-50 equity ratio is in the very good, fine company's equity ratio. It is in the category of very good. Particularly, all these regulated utilities using secured debt financing, that means all their debts, if not all of it, most of their debt at the operating company level, they are borrowing money using regulated asset as a collateral. That's why their debt rating is 1 notch higher than their credit rating, because they are securing it. So what Xcel claimed last week, oh, it's so dangerous deviating from prior decision on 52.5, is they're assuming we have to package cap structure with the ROE. I'm fine with it, but I was trying to separate those two because that's not a good way to decide this financial impact. But if Xcel wants to go that way, we can go that way too. But in that, if we are going that direction, ROE has to reflect all those things Xcel didn't do. That's why I have a concern with how you bring it up. I agree with you bring down, but I have a concern with putting it up. Being said, I'm okay with 50-50 because it's not going to harm in their isolation as a equity ratio, even if there is some potential. 1 notch downgrade, that rate only applied to the new debt. existing debt, I think my understanding is 90% of the Xcel's debt in this proceeding is already purchased at the fixed rate. Only new 10% will have an impact. The future buying, the future debt issuance will have an impact from that rating. So that's why it's not as companies try to perceive how dangerous that is. I think there is only limited risk, even though I think I don't agree with it, because as we discussed all along this morning, we are trying to give a lot of certainty to the company. We're trying to make sure that minimize regulatory lags. I think that does matter. That's a holistic approach of company has a good cash flow because ratepayers are guaranteeing it. I think in the last 30 years, I don't see any Minnesota utilities having issue with paying up their debt. So that's why, yes, there is a possibility of that one-notch downgrade by credit rating agency if they are right, but that is limited compared to 50 basis point or 40 basis point in the ROE impact to the ratepayers, comparing those two. Being said, I think that also Department witness had a good statement in his testimony. Xcel has an obligation to optimize their capital structure for ratepayers. He said, under the regulatory compact, company has to provide reliable service at reasonable rate. To provide just and reasonable rate, they have to optimize cap structure. They admit that they didn't do it. So that's why only we had a one-side information. That's why I said, I'm going to raise this issue here, information asymmetry. Companies not giving information to the department. Department cannot do their testimony and arguments. That's why last week I told you, even though I was grilling you, I said, I understand. You cannot do a lot of work unless you have a data and information voluntarily from company. During our discussion during the acceptance of this rate case, I think I clearly spoke during the time we need to develop the wildfire impact. And then I also said, oh, you guys are expanding rate base due to changing fuel to the rate base or capital. We have to find a way to help ratepayers with it. I thought I did enough without putting actual language in it, but the record development was very disappointed because it's a company's job to develop the record because they're the information holder. So that's why I have a strong reservation to number you are proposing. Overall, I think company will have a good financial structure even with the 9.25 ROE and then 50-50 capital structure. That's my position.
Commissioner Tuma.
I don't have any questions, but it seems like we've already wandered into deliberation, so I don't know if there are questions. I have no questions for the parties, so I'm ready to make motions and deliberate, but.
I don't think we're, I don't think we're ready to deliberate yet, but I guess first I'll turn to Xcel then and ask you to respond more directly to Commissioner Ham's point that, like, the way I saw the capital structure in this record was similar to the way Commissioner Ham raised it, that it may have been not largely litigated between the parties, but the department raised enough concerns and questions about the capital structure that it didn't seem like that the company came back and really fully justified why the capital structure is what it is beyond just this is what it's been for the past, 20 or 25 years. So how would you respond more directly to Commissioner Ham's critique that despite the company filing the rate case at the beginning and him kind of previewing this as a topic he wanted developed, it didn't get developed as much as I think now you're claiming, you know, you can't touch the capital structure because it wasn't developed. Like, it's just not really adding up. So what is your response to why the commission can't even consider altering the capital structure?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. There's a lot to respond to in what we just heard. And most troubling to me is a number of insinuations that the company was somehow hiding the ball or not working to develop the record. It's just not true. Mr. Dobson and I have a duty of candor to you that we take very, very seriously. On the issue of capital structure, the reason it didn't develop more is we had an agreement of a 52.5% equity ratio. Did Mr. Adonisio for the department raise concerns and questions? Yes, he did. We provided a response to Commissioner Ham's point that we have an obligation to have an optimal capital structure. We will never prove that. It's impossible to prove. There is a theoretical optimal capital structure. We will never prove that we hit it. That's setting us up for a test that we can't possibly succeed at. What we did provide was information on why it's reasonable for NSPM to have a different capital structure than the holding company. Do the holding company comparable groups have different capital structures? They do. Do the operating companies of those holding companies have capital structures similar to NSPM's? They do. Does NSPM meet the FERC 3-point test to have an operating company capital structure rather than a holding company capital structure? They do. Do we have a current commission order approving our 52.5% capital structure? We do. Obviously, this is an issue that you're very interested in. We want to satisfy your concerns. We have agreed to additional information in the next capital structure filing that we indicated we'd be making in August. We will certainly develop a more fulsome record in a future rate case on this issue because it has become an issue that it frankly hasn't been for the last 2 decades. So yes, we'll do more. But the notion that we were somehow hiding the ball on this, I take exception to. I don't think we were.
So, and maybe I misheard or misunderstood what exchange just happened, but it sounds like the company is now agreeing to develop this issue in the next rate case. And if that was in one of your filings yesterday where you changed the ROE or something, I missed that portion. So
Madam Chair,
are you conceding that now or saying that you want, I get that you don't feel like it's developed enough in this record to make a change, but clarify what change you're making now for me,
sure.
Please.
Madam Chair, we had objected during the course of the case to the recommendation of the department on information for the next rate case. Our concern there was we weren't sure exactly what was being requested, and we were afraid of an unintended completeness debate at the time we filed the next rate case. But obviously, this is an issue of grave concern to you, so it's an issue of grave concern to us. So we'll develop the record more in the next case. We agree.
So I'm trying to clarify, Commissioner Ham raised it in his decision options this week, that it would be developed in the next rate case. And that's what I was listening for. That is what you're agreeing to? Or am I No.
Madam Chair, to be
I'm
clear.
trying to understand where 5 of us are, and so you need to be patient with me, Mr. Swanson.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. No, to be clear, we do not agree with Commissioner Ham's decision option C as an alternative for the reasons we laid out in our comments. I'm not aware of a commission weighing in on information that either NSPM or XEI would file with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Did you see A or do you oppose CB too?
Both. But we would support a decision option that directed the company to provide a more fulsome discussion of its capital structure, why it's appropriate to use NSPM rather than XEI, for example. Anything along those lines, we absolutely would support.
And where is that you're agreeing to?
They're not agreeing to anything.
Madam Chair, I
thought you just said you were agreeing to provide this information in a future rate case, but maybe was covered in something else? Or maybe Commissioner Hom.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Stephen. I think a decision option 2022 and 2023 they are saying what they are going to do, not agreeing with what I was going to do with the C. Then I can explain why I said C is better than those.
So you, Commissioner Hom, you support 2022, which is developing this more in the next rate case. And also, you're still arguing 2001, those portions of it. And Mr. Swanson, are you, and again, I'm just trying to bring understanding to this discussion. Do you now support 2022 that the ALJ and the department and CUB support? It doesn't, if you did support that last week, sorry, I missed it.
We did, Madam Chair, we did not clearly articulate that last week. We do not object to 2022 or 2023.
Now, you don't object to 2022 or 2023.
Correct. 2023 has its own unique challenges that we don't need to get into, I don't think, in today's discussion, but we will do our best to address it in the next rate case.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. I don't agree with your characterization of my decision option 2001C. I'm not crossing jurisdiction line. Companies always putting a lot of information about your operating company information in 10K. I'm just asking you to put it in there because if you put certain clear information there, I don't have to verify it. Because as I think the department said in the morning, you have to sign that paper. And then that has a legal consequence. That's why I say, yes, I understand department doesn't have enough time to pursue a lot of different things. This alone can take up a lot of time for the department. So that's why same thing, 2002 and 2023, 2022 and 2023 information that can be developed in this case if department has a lot of people working on it, and then you are helping them to do it. For example, this case, it was very easy. If you say, we do or we do not inject our debt, holding company debt to the NSPM equity, clear and simple. None of your testimony or none of your supplemental filing indicate that. That was the huge issue with your double leverage. Are you doing it? Are you not doing it? You don't want to say that in the 10K? That's okay. But isn't it better if you say all those things in 10K and having transparency? 10K is about transparency on your finance. I'm very surprised that you refuse to create transparency in your financial documents. I'm not crossing the jurisdiction. I'm just asking, are you or are you not injecting parent borrowing money and injecting that as your equity or not? And then prove it in this proceeding. You just stated in that 10K, so I don't have to worry about the validity of that information.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, with all due respect, you're setting us up for another test that we cannot possibly pass. Debt dollars aren't different than equity dollars. How exactly can a company prove that there's not a dollar of debt at the parent level that becomes a dollar of equity at the OpCo level? That's impossible.
I don't want to argue too much, but I think there is a certain amount of money a holding company has. They have to spend that money. Very minimal testimony from Xcel was, oh, that money can be used for the non-reg. What is your portion of the non-reg as a holding company level? It is used for that non-reg. To me, that's simple. I don't want exact dollar-to-dollar amount. In big picture, we borrow $1 billion, we spend $900 million on this non-reg. Yes, I'll take it because you need a flexibility to do things. But you only spend $100 million on that non-regulatory operation, and then you borrow $1 billion. That remaining $900 million has to go somewhere in your operating companies. So once again, none of the testimony, none of your supplemental information, even today's discussion, you are not saying one way or another.
For the department, the use of or CUB, now maybe I'll ask CUB. You supported, or I don't know when this changed, but now you support 2022 and 2023. And if I'm trying to find agreement amongst parties and not argue with a company the way Mr. Swanson was just arguing with me, will you please explain why you're supporting 2022 and 2023 and think that the commission should adopt those two things for the next rate case and further develop the capital structure issue?
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, I think I really do appreciate where Commissioner Hom is going with these questions, and I think raising good points that warrant additional clarification from the company and exploration from the parties to ensure that the cap structure is optimized fairly for ratepayers' perspective as well. So I just really appreciate your thought process behind this. I guess we supported 2022 and 2023 maybe over Commissioner Hom's 2001 AC, mainly just because of there wasn't a lot of record development in this case, and we just thought it might make more sense for that to be addressed in the next one. Though, and I think that's still how I feel, though. I'll just say again, I think I really agree with where Commissioner Hom is going with trying to better understand this.
I think that's helpful, and I'll note for the other commissioners too that the ALJ put this in a recommendation too. So it's helpful that now we're all agreeing that it's good to do long term.
2022 and 2023.
Right. And then, Mr. Swanson, since you had specific problems, you said, with the language in one of those, now's the time to tell us what the specific language problem is.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. No, it's just that 2023 has challenges because we're essentially being asked to prove a negative, but we will work with it and provide more information. I mean, the reality is every business impacts insurance or impacts risks, things like, whether a wildfire happens in our Colorado jurisdiction or happens in Florida. It impacts the risks that the company takes on. It's the business as a whole that is looked at on risk factors, not just subsidiary by subsidiary. But we'll deal with that in the development of the record in the next case. So to be clear, we're fine with 2022 and 2023.
Okay. On the overall, the cost of equity issue, the ALJ, I thought, made very reasonable arguments and relied largely on two different models that the commission has relied on in the past to come up with a recommended ROE that, from my read of it, carried weight and had legitimacy to his number. Then yesterday, the company filed a letter essentially undermining your case that you had made up until this point, which I thought was essentially a higher ROE is required to keep the company financially sound. So how should we as decision makers weigh a letter that was filed yesterday where I understand you're trying to find compromise in some regards, but it undermined a good portion of your case, at least to my read. So will you please address that, Mr. Swanson, and help me as an independent decision maker, not as one of five, because each of us can approach the record differently and pull out different pieces of evidence to rely on a overall decision for this volume that is reasonable. And I'd also like you to sort of think too about the last rate case, because it was commented on multiple times in this record by various parties, including Xcel, about the importance of getting a unanimous decision on the cost of equity versus a split decision. And I say that because as the chair, I want to preserve space for commissioners to disagree, and I'm hoping that we can come to a consensus. And so, so I want you first to answer, why did you change your mind yesterday on the overall ROE? And then second, how do you propose, or how do we weigh that change in your recommended ROE with the commission hopefully coming to some sort of consensus on how to move forward on the issues contained in this docket? I mean, in this volume, explicitly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sure. On the 9.6 ROE, as we said in the opening, we do think that it is a workable number for us, but will require hard work and will require identifying new efficiencies. We continue to believe that the objective, reasonable market data and market analysis support something significantly higher. But the 9.6 was also informed by considerations of how far the market has moved since 3 years ago when the last ROE was set. It weighed the fact that the department's two-growth analysis, when you included flotation costs, had a bottom end of numbers of about 9.55%. Our two-growth analysis had a bottom end of 9.6%. Considering the average ROE that the judge looked to, we thought there were a number of objective data points for you to be able to point to defend that result. And in the spirit of compromise and in the spirit of providing an additional benefit, the company made the decision to support that. As far as the commission's ability to come to consensus, I won't weigh into that. You all have very sharp and independent minds, but I do think there are a number of data points that you can look to come to a consensus if that's the commission's desire. A lot of times consensus isn't reached, and that's okay too. That's part of our process.
Mr. Dornfeld, how would you respond to that, to both my question about the change in their ROE yesterday, and then second, the durability of the commission's decision in helping explain to the public that we'd arrive at just and reasonable rates for Minnesotans is certainly something that isn't easy to arrive at or to arrive at consensus, let alone like a ideal number for each of us as individuals. So if you could weigh in on those two topics, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. To your first question, how we should think about sort of the recent developments in Xcel's position, I think that you're right to question sort of this dramatic change in Xcel's position. For the last, year and a half, Xcel's been telling us that their cost of equity, that the amount the market requires, is a 10.3 ROE. And then yesterday we were told that the company could actually, that 9.6 would be satisfactory. Unless Xcel is disavowing its experts' testimony that it claims is supported by the various analytical models and the record that's developed, they're destroying $70 million plus of existing shareholder value. I mean, a corporation normally does that, they'd be open to suit for some sort of shareholder derivative theory. So I think that what it really should demonstrate to the commission is that the company's ROE analysis in this case is largely outcome determinative, and the commission has, again, I think, a free hand to use its expert judgment to pick a number that is supported by sort of the objective record about the company's financial integrity, about what the market requires, about what its risks are commensurate to other businesses. In terms of sort of how the commission should proceed to rendering a result, I like the company. I don't want to sort of inject myself into that, but I think that important signal to the public is sort of the predictability, the stability of regulatory outcomes. When there's dramatic changes, whether it's a split or a unanimous decision, I think that sends questions to the public, and so sort of showing gradual change or limited change over time, provided that the record supports it, is probably the best case forward.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. I thought the record was extremely robust in this area. As Mr. Agnizio and I chatted a week ago, pretty broad spectrum. And I can assure you that when I walked into my mind palace to try to figure out the ROE, I walked by the romper room that says legislative analysis and went right to the quasi-judicial analysis, where it's a nice broad, very broad veranda that I can look across a very broad set of different data points that I have to look at. I got little flotation devices floating around in a pond over here. I got different proxy groups to worry about. I have lots of different issues that are playing into this. But I think the conversation I had with Mr. Agnizio last week was, I think, very helpful, because there was a fog or a mist that was floating around that I could not understand very clearly. And that fog or mist was around something called the growth rates. So when we do these analysis, the DCF analysis, the discount flow or or discount cash flow, I think is what they're called, analysis, there's built in each and every one of them a growth rate determination. And the commission has, as pointed out in the past, leaned towards what we know as the two-stage, okay? And one of the things that was difficult for me to get my head around was what was happening and why the two-stage was creating such a broad difference. And I think the ALJ struggled with that. We had this conversation about the ALJ's analysis where he came and locked into two different cash flows, one that the department put forward, one that yours people put forward. I disagree with the statement that you made earlier that somehow we are backing away from our normal process here. The two-stage was never what we did. We're not a formula state, okay? The two-stage DCF, okay, is one that we have in the past, based on the record in front of us, said is a good starting point. Several pointed to the Otter Tail case, the most recent Otter Tail determination, where it said that two growth was the best approach for determining Otter Tail's return on equity in this instance, compared to the department's multi-stage DCF analysis. And I think a lot of people took that from, well, we're a two-stage state, and Mr. Adnesios complete adherence to the multi-stage. He likes to make sure he points that out, and that's fine. It's a good model. Is not rejected. In that same paragraph, we point out, okay, in that same order regarding the multi-stage, and say it is, I quote, particularly useful for smoothing out the sharply anticipated variations in growth rates. Okay? And that's the fog that I was seeing. The growth rates were problematic. Every single one of the experts, LeConte, all of them, Cubs expert, Mr. Adnesio pointed to the growth rates causing issues, okay, with why we were getting this anomaly, where most ordered ROEs were remaining flat during this time period. All of a sudden we see this, I would call maybe an anomaly, I don't know. And what every one of them said, look to the growth rates. The growth rates in this situation are selected, the first stage is selected as a assessment by market analysts, okay, what they think the growth rate is. Okay, nothing scientific about it. It's whatever they did for the different proxy groups. They determine a growth rate, and that builds into it. So it's not complicated, but it's not science, okay? It's again, I always say, this is grand fiction that we create, okay? So it's fair to say in this particular case, using the Otter Tail analysis, the true growth is not a good analysis because the growth rates were problematic. And I think I would put more value in that. I agree with Judge Meyer's basic template of how he came up with his frame, his 2/3, where I'm sticking at 1/3. I can agree with all of his framing. I would just add to it to bring it down to the 9.25, which is 1/3 of the way between his range. One of the things I would point to is that the growth rates were an anomaly here. They're causing a problem. That's what I heard from all the experts, except for the companies. I think Cubs analysts said, this is like the analyst growth rates are noted that the financial literature considers the stock analyst growth rates to be naive and careless. Probably won't go quite that far, but you know, there's a point to be made. It's the growth rates, folks, not rocket science here. And so we're left with a difficult decision about trying to figure out where to go, okay? I don't have any problem with, you know, this discussion about the math. We need to include the math in it, but it's not all about the math. The case specifically is pretty clear, okay? Fair return, which will be provided earnings to the investors compared to those realized by other businesses which are attended into similar risks, will allow the company to attract new capital as required and maintain the company's financial integrity. So that's not a math equation, that's taconite's language, okay, Ewing taconite. So to me, it's clear that 9.25, well supported by all the experts, okay? And then I would just add to Meyer's analysis that we have a generous conservation incentive. We have decoupling. We have the existence of multi-year rate plans. We have significant riders, a generous capital structure, as Commissioner Hom has pointed out. Minnesota has a very generous interim rates, which helps with lag. I'm looking at the record and I'm pretty comfortable with the 9.25. I don't think we need to move from it. I don't think it signals anything bad to the market. I don't think any investors are going to run from Xcel. I don't think any investors are going to avoid trying to invest in Xcel because they're going to get recovery. That's one of the things they want to have. And so I think the record, as the experts have pointed out, indicates that 9.25, they've been able to raise capital and they'll continue to raise capital. So that's
One set of experts.
yeah. Well, they're expert amongst three experts. I guess that's what I'm going on. But you know, that's a difficulty for companies to pick from. And again, I don't think we necessarily will lock into the experts, Commissioner Sullivan. I mean, I think Meyer has given us a good framework. And the question is there reason to move up? And I would argue I don't see it, but that's, you know, I'm also not, you know me, I never get locked into something. I'm willing to look for compromise. But as I look at the record, I would be comfortable with moving 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 2018, 2022, 2023, and 2027. And I think that is where I would be at. I'm not saying I'm moving it now, but I want to give room for discussion. But, you know, other parties have had a chance to say, I'm kind of just laying out how I see it and where I'm comfortable with, and I'm open to discussion. And I agree with the chair that it's better that we kind of come to a consensus. I think that's a good thing. Just like I can justify 2.29, you can justify under Meyer's kind of framework that he's laid out, with which the company admits is not a violation of Hibbing Taconite or Hope and Bloomfield. We can work on those rationales up or down because we're trying to find the appropriate level. And so 9.6 is within that frame, okay? I'm just comfortable with landing where the experts from the advocates have landed. You know, that's where I'm always going to start anyways. I mean, I thought Mr. Anesio's analysis this time was extremely helpful. And I found when I read it, I have to admit, once I read through his analysis, my brain was pretty locked in, but that doesn't mean I can't move.
Cheers. Thank you, Chair Sieben. So just getting it out there, I want to say that I very much appreciated the information from the ALJ. I think that he did a really excellent job of working through the entire record, looking in depth at all of the different models that were used, weighing in on the differences, identifying the weaknesses, and with all of that, I was very swayed by his recommendation. I think he identified that the two-stage growth model can overstate the required ROE and has a flaw, a weakness, which is that if you were to run it out in perpetuity, would eventually result in an absurd result. However, whatever we approve here will not be in place in perpetuity. And he also identified that assuming that you should cap the growth rate at GDP over a 15, 20-year period is also a weakness. And so he took this understanding and weighed the two models and weighted the two-stage growth model more, or gave more weight to that than the multi-stage, because we have relied on it in the past, because he felt like it was a stronger model, and then he weighed it though with the multi-stage, understanding there was a weakness. And so I felt like that was a very measured, well-supported approach. I think for me, looking at the market conditions, I really can't quite understand how we couldn't find that there should be an adjustment to the ROE. I was swayed by the fact that since our last rate case, over an 18-month trailing average, ROEs for companies since that date have increased on average by 30 basis points. That, I think, is reflective of the market that we know today. I think the Fed indicated yesterday that they expect to increase rates again. And so while that does not go into my decision-making and is not part of the record here, I think is just illustrative of the world we're in right now. And so for me, my mental floor was their 9.25 plus 30 basis points to just simply reflect the market conditions. I was also comfortable with the ALJ's recommendation. And I want to also address some of the affordability concerns with relation to the ROE. And that is to say that in no world do I want to increase rates at all. And so I want to make that very clear. However, what I absolutely do not want to do is have a utility that is financially diminished by our decisions, because that will have serious implications for ratepayers. The second thing I want to say is that a utility that is financially diminished for any reason will make cuts. And let's be very honest that you know exactly where those cuts will start. They will not start on distribution investments and reliability and resource adequacy. They will be the very programs that we use to invest in our communities, our workforce, and the customers who need it the most. And so while I am sure that people will find it callous for me to say that I could support the ALJ's number, I want to make very clear why I feel that way. It is not because I have friends at Xcel Energy who I hope will make a lot of money. It is, in fact, that I have seen, and we saw in the last rate case, the company move away from some of the programs that we value that are not meat and potatoes, that are not requirements of utility service, but are things that we get from our regulated utilities as they invest in our workforce, in our communities, and in their customers. So I just wanted to say that. But for me, and I think that Judge Meyer said, you know, he is looking at a range of reasonableness. I think there is, of course, the importance of comparability, and the average ROE for utilities, I can't remember what the date is, but over the last 18 months or since last rate case is 9.83. And so for me, the range of reasonableness is somewhere between 9.55 and 9.83. And so that's where I'm coming from. I think that, interestingly, Commissioner Sullivan came at it from a very different place and still landed right within my zone. I will also say that I am concerned about double leveraging, as Commissioner Hom has stated. I think the ALJ acknowledged that potential within his reasoning on 994C. He talks about that and how he went through a process of reducing the ROE to get to the 9.8 by 54 basis points to consider that, and then also put in recommendations for further record development around the capital structure. I think that's very important. I think there's additional information beyond what the ALJ recommended. We should absolutely get it in there, but that's where I'm at.
That was really helpful. Thank you, commissioners. I think that it's up to you to decide what you wanted, what we should do. If we, as I indicated in my question to Xcel and to the department, having been through a divided ROE vote in the past, it was not fun. As Commissioner Sullivan referenced in the hearing last week, he still thinks he's right about it. And I don't, and I don't want him hanging this over me for the next 2 years. So Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Hom, well, Commissioner Sullivan, you already laid out where you are. Commissioner Hom, on the ROE itself, you heard, you know, where others are. Do you want to continue to talk about an ROE number if it feels like we're not going to move towards adjusting the capital structure in this case right now? Does that help you? Does it bring any clarity to where you are on the ROE for the decision today? And if it does, can you share that with us so that we can keep trying to move towards consensus?
Thank you, Chair Stephen. I still believe that I think a 50-50 capital structure is nothing wrong. It's only trouble in the context of combining ROE and cap structure as a single financial indicator. Independent capital structure and then separate ROE, I still believe that 50-50 and 9.25 is fine. I think the department and all other parties show us, because there are so much uncertainty within this two-stage DCF, we have to incorporate other informations. That's why I'm comfortable with the 9.25. Being said, if there is a strong opposition, but I can back off from capital structure issue because there's a concern, and also if company think it is combination of both capital structure and ROE, I can back off from the capital structure discussion.
I think in the interest of moving forward for today, we need to back off the capital structure change. Sorry to just be so direct, but that's how I just think we have to move. We have to, I understand where you're going. I appreciate that the parties have recommended the decision options, and now the company is going to do that in the next rate case. But I agree with my colleagues that maybe we need more record development to move the capital structure here.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand, I think, uncomfortableness with moving capital structure at this stage. That's why I was very disappointed that record wasn't well developed beyond what Department of Witness tried to make it. But once again, we need information to develop that records. So hopefully we can have at least 2022 and 2023 to make sure that at least in next rate case, we have a robust record so other commissioners can be comfortable moving. Because if you carefully watch what's going on, not only the ROE is moving, capital structure is moving. Last 5-6 months, capital structure is going below 50 in approved rate cases. So this is not unknown and unheard, but that's outside my records. I'm not going to use it, but that's why it's a good indicator. We should work on this, at least for the next rate case. So I can drop my modified 2001-8.
And then with the understanding that we'll pick up, what number is it, 2022 and 23. And Commissioner Tuma, after hearing Commissioner Partridge and Commissioner Sullivan and where they're at, and you saying you have room to be flexible, is there anything you want to add about your flexibility before we take a break?
You know, Madam Chair, I appreciate that. And this is the difficulty about the way our commission works. You know, we we have to have these conversations out in public. We can't have them privately, and that always makes it difficult. And like I said, I think we are in a place, using the formula laid out by Judge Meyer, to be able to look at different assessments and give them different weight, and everybody gives weight to different things. I do believe that the company has been successful in raising capital. I think that we'll still be successful at 2.25. I could see getting into the 930s and be comfortable with that, Madam Chair, like a 935 or something like that. That allows an increased capital return for their investors. But I don't see getting up into the 9.5s and the 9.6s. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think it's justified. We have other utilities that are far greater risk that we've approved ROEs in that realm, and Xcel is not in that realm, like an Otter Tail or a Minnesota Power or any of our gas utilities. And so I get a little antsy when you start talking numbers that have 0.4 and above attached to it. That's just kind of where I'm at. But like I said, I'm comfortable in making some movement. I would throw out a number like a 9.35. I would be comfortable with doing something like that. Looks like they left us. MJ? We don't seem to be communicating.
There we go. There we go. Should we take a break, commissioners, and we can individually consult with staff? Again, like I want there to be as much as possible consensus on the ROE amongst the commissioners. Again, like I think this is a difficult situation that we're all, coming at it slightly differently, but let's use the break to listen, to see where one another are on what we've said, and then talk to staff and consult the record and come back at, what time? 4 o'clock? And then, is that too much time? Probably not. And then we'll see how things are going. The one thing that we didn't discuss that I had thought through in my analysis of the ALJ report was his flotation cost number was especially high, I thought. And in some cases in the past, we haven't allowed for 8 basis point flotation costs. So I thought of that as something we could remove, but that was just, I think it was only 8 basis points or something. But in the interest of like trying to give one another space to hear where we are and then see where we're headed on the ROE, it's really helpful, again, to hear Commissioner Sullivan's rationale for how he got to 9.6. I really appreciate, Commissioner Hom, your, I think, like strong insistence that careful consideration of the capital structure is important. And I also appreciate you recognizing we might have to do that or we can do that deeper dive in the next rate case. I also was thinking about, just to throw out there, that the judge went to 2/3 on his reliance on the 2-stage growth factor, if that's right, off the top of my head. If we went halfway, it would be something around 9.53 instead of 2/3 of the way. And again, like everybody's coming at this from a different perspective, but that was just like a calculation I made in my head as I was reading or not in my head, to be clear, I used a calculator, but
You're impressive.
that was, like, could be a reasonable number to come at for, again, because I do think, and I agree with my fellow colleagues, that the judge had did a very good job in his overall report and landing at a number that was supported. So why don't we take a break, consult with staff individually, and then we'll come back at 4 o'clock. And again, what I'm trying to do, commissioners, is like get us all to land at a number that's well supported in the record and hopefully something we are all comfortable with. So we'll not adjourn, we'll recess until 4 o'clock. Commissioners, we'll come back from our recess, and after talking with staff, I may not be able to achieve what I thought I would, which is consensus amongst the five of us. And so I'll first just be transparent with commissioners that that was sort of my goal coming into this deliberations today, was that we would find consensus amongst the five of us. But I think there are also five of us because we are all put in these seats to bring our own expertise and experience and lens of the record into our deliberations and decision making. And I just want to reflect that it's okay to disagree because these are very difficult questions and issues in front of us, and how we go about ensuring that customers don't pay $1 more than is necessary for safe and adequate utility service is not easy to arrive at consensus about. So with that being said, my rationale for moving towards where Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Partridge is what I stated before the break, that I'd read Judge Meyer's report. I agreed that he should give more weight, or he did give more weight, to the two-stage analysis, and that was a reasonable way to weigh the two models, though, and get to the number he did. Then as I said earlier, then there was this disruption to the record in my estimation, and sort of my way of thinking about the ALJ report, that my rationale for going halfway between gets us closer to 9.525, as I said. It's also very close to the 9.58 that XLI's witness used, didn't land on. But I think that that range of reasonableness goes up to 9.6 now, and the reason it isn't a higher range for me is because the company said they don't need a higher ROE than 9.6. So I don't know if that's helpful for Commissioner Tuma and Commissioner Sullivan. Commissioner Tuma and Commissioner Hom. Like I said, I wanted to arrive at consensus amongst the five of us, but in the interest of moving ahead too, I'm prepared to vote with my colleague, with Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Partridge, somewhere closer to 9.6. So Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it shouldn't be determinative, but I think there's importance to say somewhat internally consistent. Xcel just agreed to a 9.6 gas, and gas and electric are nowhere near the same risk level. And so I do have a problem with the 9.6 just because the company itself has agreed to 9.6 in their gas case. And there's significantly less risk for this electric utility with the recovery they have. Gas is just a higher risk endeavor nowadays. And so 9.6 just seems to me high. I would point out that we decided in the last Otter Tail was 9.48. That, to me, they are definitely a higher risk utility. And so I understand where you're coming from. I understand where my friends are coming from, but I just don't think it's justified in the overall scope of what we're doing. I'm not comfortable with, anything in the 9.4s, and I would vote against it, but I'd also make the point that anybody that tries to make that somehow a divisive commission, I'm going to get really irritated, because that's what I saw a lot of in the press after after we made that decision, and I think that was way over the top. We weren't divided, we just had a divided vote. The vote was what it is, and when there's a quorum and they vote for a position, that's the position of the commission. And so even though I may disagree with your ROE, that doesn't mean that I feel any division. I think we're all trying to work around the same analysis, and I think you pointed it out very correctly. So I was irritated when that was done last time by Xcel, and I would be irritated anybody would do that again, because we're just trying to do our best to figure this out. And so I'm not comfortable getting it above, I mean, I could see voting for a 9.4 if that's where we could get people at, because I think it fits within the overall picture of where we've been with our utilities. Minnesota Power, much more risky utility, just agreed to a 9.65. And so 9.6 just seems to me, from the overall place of where we've been developing our ROEs overall, I think is too high. I'm more comfortable below 9.5. So that's just kind of where I'm at. And again, no problem with if we decide otherwise.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So what is your position on this flotation cost? Because not only this double leverage, I had a concern with capital structure itself. Why Xcel need the flotation cost if they are using their own debt to inject as equity? So that's why, if that's the case, we should remove that one from whatever decision we are making.
I mean, I'll tell you, I think of the 9.6 as inclusive of flotation costs. I don't see it as, I'm not like giving an additional adder. I just came to 9.6. So that's where I mean, I think like it's the parent company, it's Xcel that does a stock issuance, an equity issuance, and it's on them.
No, I mean, that's why if it's a true equity issuance, flotation cost does matter. But if they are not actually issuing equity, but they are borrowing money and doing it, and already there is a gap between borrowing percent, even though there is an expense, even they are borrowing money, there is an expense, but they should pay for it, not the ratepayers, even if we allow double leverage. I don't agree with that we should allow it. At least the ratepayer should get some benefit from it too, but being said, if they are doing that practice, we should remove this flotation cost from this ROE decision. Otherwise, it's not fair to the ratepayers.
I've had that battle before, and I've lost. Holding companies, I think, the company itself has flotation costs, the holding company, but going to C-suite for capital is not of 8 basis points, and so, but it's built into their equations. That's what they said in the past, is how the equations are cooked. My 9.25 and included it too. That was what Mr. Agnizio has said. So, I don't know if that really is, to me, the moving factor. At this stage, the moving factor is, do we think whatever rate we give them is going to allow them to give fair return to their investors, and is going to allow them to recover return? Everything we have been dancing around now, I think, is well supported by the record. Nobody can argue that. So it really comes down to that question, those two questions. And so, I mean, we can argue about flotation here or there. Doesn't matter. I mean, I just tell you where I'm comfortable. Like I said, I have a hard time getting into the 9.4s with Xcel, just because when you look at the whole scope of what we've been doing and the fact that they agreed to a 9.6 for their gas company, I just can't see getting that high. But we can argue about the details, but we get bogged down then. I mean, I think you just have to come to consensus, and if there's 3 votes for a different number, I got to be okay with it, but that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, I'm still supporting 9.25 because all the reason I stated, and then also Xcel is packaging this capital structure along with ROE. I think 9.25 is good enough because they are using different financial engineering to make their money. So that's why I'm comfortable with the 9.25.
I'm with you too. I was trying to find consensus, but if there's not, that's where I'm at too. So
Commissioner Partridge, do you have any thoughts on a pathway forward?
Chair Steben, I think that we are on different pages and we're seeing this differently. My preference would be for Commissioner Sullivan to move his 9.6. That would be what I support. I understand that that's not supported. I want to say, I think everybody up here is trying to do the right thing. We are all trying to achieve the same goal, which is to have fair, reasonable rates that are affordable to customers while ensuring that the utility is financially healthy so that we don't have a situation where we have a ding on a credit rating that results in higher rates, or for the company to have to cut some of the very valuable programs that provide for workforce, community, and low-income customer benefits. And so I've heard the different perspectives. I respect and appreciate those, and I continue to support Commissioner Sullivan's originally proposed 9.6, or not originally, but proposed 9.6 from Friday of last week.
And Commissioner Sullivan, if you did that, you would amend your language to say it's inclusive of flotation costs? Or is that, because you said that's what you were thinking, but I think we would need to
I'm
clarify
happy
that
to,
it's.
I'm happy to say this includes flotation costs, that there's no additional adder on top of that for float. I'm happy to say 9.6 inclusive of flotation costs.
And then, commissioners, should we just move, is that a complete, should we move to, should that be a standalone vote, just on the ROE, not
should be standalone,
inclusive of those, of the other decision options in there?
I think that's what we did last go-around.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hom, are you comfortable if we move ahead with Commissioner Sullivan's, what decision number is it?
2021A.
2021A.
Establish a 9.6. Page 32.
Sorry, now I'm lost. 202A. Oh, I don't have it here. And then, so it would be 202.1A amended to read, establish a 9.6% return on equity inclusive of flotation costs for setting rates in this proceeding, Ms. Kaler? And so that's Commissioner Sullivan's motion. All vote in support of that. Anything else, Commissioner Hom or Tuma, you want to say before that?
I've said it all.
Okay, on Commissioner Sullivan's motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nope.
Oh, right. On a 3-2 vote, Commissioner Sullivan's motion prevails. And then on the other decision options here, on the, Commissioner Hom, can you help us with the capital structure discussion?
Yes, thank you, Chair Steben. So I can move decision option 2001, 2002, 2003, and 2022, 2023.
Is there any discussion?
Probably have to move, I don't know if there's one to do the capital structure.
That was 2022 and 2023 for the next rate case. Was that your question?
No, it's just that 2025, 2026,
Oh.
both those, but I think staff will just do that based on the new numbers, my guess.
We can do the math.
Thank you
You don't
for
have to have
that.
a motion to tell you to do the math, is that what you're saying? That's what I know you can do the math, it was whether you needed a motion to do the math is what I was asking.
Okay, one more time, Commissioner Hom, sorry, your motion.
So approving capital structure 2001 and cost of debt 2002, 2003, and then record development for the next rate case 2022, 2023.
Commissioner Hom, I apologize. I didn't mean to make you adopt the proposed capital structure if you're not comfortable doing that. So do you want me to break that out and all move 2001?
No, I'm okay. I told you, if you are not comfortable with changing capital structure, as long as the 2022 and 23 is part of the package, I'm okay with it. So that's why I'm making motion with the package.
Okay.
And also, I think we have to delete that 2001A. I do not want to delete it, but I think if that's it has to be, then I can delete it. So then I'll move the 2001A, the small a, because that was a recommendation from the staff that if you are adopting 2001, we have to remove finding of facts 989 and 990.
Any discussion on Commissioner Hom's motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, the motion prevails. We did volume 3. And so questions from commissioners on volume 4, class cost of service. And Commissioner Tuma, did you have questions for parties here?
One real quick question for the company. I believe I heard from OAG that they're comfortable with 420A if we put in the words and benefits after the word costs on the second line. And that seemed to be reasonable resolution to me, but I want to make sure you're okay with it. Is that correct, Mr. Schultz? Is that what you're thinking?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, that's correct, although I think that the commission voted on a similar decision option in volume 1 pertaining to AMI already, so just need clarity on whether you're deviating from that decision, I guess.
I don't know if we are. You tell me if we are, because I was focused only on section 4 here, so I want to make sure I was okay with 420. You said 420A, but now if I'm deviating from something we already decided, I don't want to do that.
So, Commissioner, I think earlier the commission voted to adopt 1110, which is require Xcel Energy to submit a study comparing costs of AMI meters with costs of traditional meters, both in use and reading.
So you think we've covered enough
I think
studies?
that's covering this, but unless I'm misunderstanding something.
That's your understanding, Mr. Dobson, or Mr. Barlow, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Tuma. Yes, I agree with Mr. Schultz. The commission's already decided on this issue.
So, Madam Chair, I would move 4001, 4008A, 4018B, Tuma new 4018B, and that's it.
Can you say that again, Commissioner Tuma?
Sure, it's 4001, 4008A, and 4018B. Just so everybody knows, 4001, our normal process saying, we are not going to pick a class cost of service study. We like all of them. 4008A is the MISO factor that we're using in the historical peak, and then 18 is our standard will require Xcel to do 3 class cost of service studies in advance of their rate case.
Any discussion on Commissioner Tuma's motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Rate design, Volume 5. Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Steben. So I put in what I thought at the time was a comprehensive preferred set of decision options for Volume 5. Since then, I think there's only been 2 issues that have bubbled up from my perspective. One of those is, I'm sorry, I have notes everywhere. One of those we discussed earlier, which is for decision option 23 and actually corresponds to Volume 0. That was the discussion about the difference between LIHEAP eligible versus LIHEAP enrolled. Since then, I talked with staff, and my understanding is in the for the company's GAP program, you have proposed to auto-enroll people who are LIHEAP approved, even if they are not currently receiving LIHEAP. So they've already been income verified, so they are automatically enrolled in GAP. So I have proposed language that I hope Ms. Kahlert has. If you could put that on the screen. So the idea here would be that we will mirror that process, or my proposal is that we would ask them to mirror that process for Power On. And then in the next Power On annual report, provide potential options to capture more of the customers who are LIHEAP eligible but would not be captured in the LIHEAP approved group. And we wouldn't make a decision on that, Chair, today. We would consider those options, and they would talk through the estimated impact and feasibility of those options, and we would decide that through the program filing at a later date. My question for the company is, does this seem workable for you?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Partridge. This is consistent with what we were thinking, except in one way. Our thought was that in order to maximize benefit for customers, it would be good if we could get this rolled out before the heating season starts. So we might be able to go faster. And we had been working on some language that would have a compliance filing 60 days after the order instead of waiting until December.
Okay, so Mr. Barlow, my idea for the initial statement there is go do it now. So everybody who's LIHEAP approved, you can leave here today if we all vote in favor of it and start putting that code in your billing system. This other piece where we would look at options for how to get a greater share, is that something you feel like you could file faster? Is that what you're saying?
My apologies, Commissioner Partridge, if I was not clear. We fully agree that we understand and intend to immediately move those that are eligible and receiving services onto Power On. And then we think that we could provide the compliance filing on what to do with those who are eligible but not yet receiving services. We think we can do it within 60 days of the order.
I think that would be fine with me, and then you could put it in this docket where I think it would be, you know, the right service list and the right people would be in the docket to be able to weigh in. I don't see Cub. I mean, I do, but they're not at the table. If you just want to let me know if this, I think this was something you weighed in on pretty extensively. Does this seem, and maybe ECC too, but.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Steben and Commissioner Partridge. And I apologize because I didn't 100% follow the back and forth, but I think the direction this is going looks great, and the sooner it can get rolled out, the better. I will just point out there's probably not very many customers who are approved for LIHEAP but don't receive it, so I wouldn't expect that to make a huge difference, but I think the more folks they can get in, the better.
Great.
And I'm Annie Levinson Falk with the Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota. My apologies.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Some clarification. So LIHEAP is more geared toward natural gas customer rather than electric customer, right? Because of heating, typically more geared toward the natural gas side. So in that case, Xcel has a significant customer base, electric customer base in Minneapolis and Hennepin County side. How can Xcel communicate with CenterPoint to make sure that those eligible customers under those are automatically enrolled in this case? Do we need any special approval, or I don't know? I mean, I'm not familiar with this. So.
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom, thank you for the question, and there may be someone from the department that might be better positioned to answer this, but I think Xcel shouldn't need to communicate with CenterPoint. The department maintains a centralized database that all the utilities have access to called eHeat, where they can log in and see who has been approved for LIHEAP there.
Mm-hmm. And Chair Stephen, following up on Commissioner Hom's statement, do you have a flag in your billing system for customers who are in the eHeat system?
Figure that out.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Partridge. We're not entirely certain, but we can find out.
Okay.
And I do actually, after looking at this language for a few more minutes, we have one question about its intent to make sure that we understand. In the third line, it asks us to report on customers who are eligible for but not already approved in LIHEAP. And our question is that intended to be limited to people who have applied for LIHEAP but aren't yet receiving it, or just everyone that's eligible?
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Mr. Barlow, I think it's everyone who's eligible. But the reason the language is in there is that you don't know everyone who's eligible. And there are going to be trade-offs for trying to get every single person who is income eligible versus, various other tactics that you might have to identify people. So this idea is let's get as many people as we can who currently have a known flag through eHeat or some other method, and then come back and talk to us about what your options are with your billing system, with your customer information system, and how those could work, the impact and the feasibility of doing those.
Thank you for explaining that, Commissioner. We understand.
Okay. And then, Ms. Kaler, can we just take out in its annual report due December 2026, and instead put 60 days after the date of this order? Is that correct, Mr. Barlow?
Yes, Commissioner Partridge, that's what we're comfortable with.
Perfect. So is that clear as mud for my fellow commissioners?
Muddy as I can be.
Okay. Okay.
I trust you, let's put it that
Great. The second thing that came to my attention is related to the RAMP program. And Ms. Kaler, I believe you have language around some additional language to add to 5018. So 5018 contemplates annual program status reports that will take place presumably in a new docket, I think. And let me pull this up. So within that I have an additional request to help us evaluate and understand this program. And that is that the company contract to have an evaluator to show the program impact and the integrity and file a report regarding its findings. So this is a new program. We're not really calling it a pilot, but I think that it would be helpful to understand the impact of the program. I think in understanding program integrity, it's always helpful, as we've learned, to have some sort of audit system to look at these types of programs. We've learned from recent experience here. So that's the idea, that we would get sort of an audit of this and an impact, so that we could understand if we think it is in the public interest to continue it or modify any aspect of it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge will agree to this.
Great.
Along the ramp, I was just curious, I know Mr. Chardlow is here or not. He's there. If you could come up. I just want to make sure, apparently if we were going to adopt 9.6, there was an agreement that you made. And I guess I would like that agreement to be memorialized in the order in the record. Is it anywhere in the decision options now memorializing that agreement for ramp?
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, the new 5015B that came in through a late filing by either Xcel or Mr. Chardlow, is that what you're asking about, where the company would agree to fund it with state or shareholder dollars?
And I don't see B here on my page, and so I have to go back and look at. I wasn't anticipating it 9.6, Mr. Partridge. So now that I'm at 9.6, I want to get everything I can get from it.
Good point. I forgot about that.
Mr. Chardlow, I have not seen your B, so I apologize. Is that enough for you to satisfy you that we are memorializing this agreement and making sure Xcel is committed to it? Because I think it should be memorialized.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Chardlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. Yes, I believe that's sufficient.
And to the company.
I don't think it is sufficient, though, to your point,
I haven't seen it, so that's why I'm going to want to have a break at some point to talk to council to make sure it is sufficient, because just like the settlements we had with Minnesota Power, we made sure all of that stuff was clearly memorialized so that if they try to back out of it, we have jurisdiction to come down on them. It's not you having to sue them, Mr. Chardlow. And so I want to make sure that that language is clear, that you are committing to that. So if I need a little right to get that before we make a decision option. I apologize for not seeing
No,
that.
sorry, and I'm not fully tracking this either, but is the language somewhere? Now we just don't have it in front of us, or someone needs to develop the language?
Chair Sieben, we have it. Ms. Kaler, do you have the ability to put up the new 5015B that was put into the record? Let me find the date. I think I can find it in here.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge.
Letter from.
I was trying to help. It was in ECC's letter of June 16.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I see it. So it's an Energy Sense letter filed June 16th. It is on starts on page 3. And so, Commissioner Tuma, that language I think would put it in the order to make sure that it is very clear. I'd be happy to add that to my motion.
That's good, and I'll hold on just a second to double check with council afterwards.
Yeah, I also think like that, at least for me, it's important that we were making the ROE decision independent of that agreement. And so I just want to memorialize, as you both have said, like what Xcel conceded to for the RAMP program, and have that be separate in the order, not linked to the ROE decision.
I think that's what I understood your decision, Madam Chair, but I guess if we decided 9.6, I want to make sure we have an enforceable.
I think we're all speaking the same language.
We are.
So I don't have anything further. If we need to take a minute to talk to council,
Let's take a minute if we could. I just want to make sure.
Before we do that, are there any other questions in this volume, Commissioner Partridge or others, that we didn't cover? Okay, then why don't we recess until 4:50 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
commission will come back from its recess, and Commissioner Partridge, or is the language that was on the screen still what you want to move? Or, oh, actually, it was you, Commissioner Tuma, who was going to check with staff.
And I did check with
Sorry.
staff, and I am comfortable that it is going to be moralized in the order, and that Xcel will be subject to our jurisdiction if they misbehave in their agreement with the Energy Sense folks.
And this language, because I didn't talk to staff, is clear that, because it says it's not included of the supplemental funding, which means the $6 million per year is not included in future rate recovery, only through 2028, though? Is that, sorry, I should have asked staff, but Mr. Dobson, this essentially is saying through 2028, the company will provide $6 million annually.
Madam Chair, I think that's generally correct. It's just a little bit of that $6 million would be offset by late fees, but we're basically guaranteeing that it would get that $6 million.
Up to $6 million, essentially. So if like more people enroll and the budget goes up, then the funding will come through the traditional, the recovery would be through the reduced payment fees.
Sorry, I was just, we would,
If the budget goes above $6 million per year?
I think the budget will just be up to 6 million. It's not, it wouldn't go above as I don't think we're planning to have it go above. We would be funding it with late payment fees. The late payment fees are dropping, as I understand, so the late payment fees won't be able to fund that 6 million. So we will make sure that it gets that 6 million. So we'll just supplement whatever funding is needed to get to that $6 million. But that's the budget for now.
And if the budget is bigger because the RAMP program grows, then
I don't think if the RAMP program, if more need is there, I guess we can talk about that down the road. But at this point, we're not anticipating any more budget for RAMP than the 6 million. If we find more need and more use, maybe there's discussions down the road. I don't know.
The 6 million isn't a cap. You could exceed it if you choose, but just like any
committing to up to the 6 million. Yeah.
Ms. Levinson Falk and then Commissioner Hom.
Sorry, I think I was, Madam Chair, just vigorously agreeing probably. I think the way the company has proposed setting up the RAMP program is that would take the $6 million and then, determine grant amounts for participants based on that so that it wouldn't have a chance of exceeding the budget.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. Commissioner Partridge, are you planning to move Xcel new 5015A? Because that language in there is no less than 6 million. That's why I'm confused with this discussion. Xcel says it's no less than 6 million. Nowadays it's capped at the 6 million.
Sorry, I should know this. Yes, approve it. Yes, I'm sorry. So let me take a crack at this, and I think, Mr. Martin, I'm going to ask you if I got this right. So my thought is that I would move 515A, which it is my understanding that the company worked with Energy Sense and CUB on 5015A. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, we did, but that was prior to the company then coming to the agreement with Energy Sense to contribute the shareholder funding to make up the RAMP budget. So I don't believe that compliance filing would be necessary if you are going to accept Xcel's contribution of the shareholder funding.
Okay, so Ms. Levinson-Falk, then what we would do is 5015, and I apologize because by this time of day my brain is on fumes, but so would it be just 5015 approve RAMP, including the modifications agreed to from the department's recommendations, and then 5015B in addition to funding from late fees, the company shall provide funding to establish a $6 million annual budget for ramp. Is that your understanding of the appropriate?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Partridge, yes, it'd be either 50-15 or 50-16, I think, would establish the ramp program, and then 50-15B to accept the shareholder funding, yes.
Got it. Okay.
And the shareholder funding will go up to $6 million per year. And if the budget exceeds $6 million per year, it will be supplemented with the traditional source of funding, which is the late payment fees that are now reduced. Right? No.
I think, Madam Chair, the what's not connecting here, or what's getting crossed by is this. What we are intending here is a budget of $6 million. That's the budget for the first 3 years of the program. That if there is more need than the budget, we'll have to think about down the road, but that's the budget. We are committing to make sure, regardless of how much funding comes from late fees, we will make that budget. We will put in whatever is needed to get to that budget.
To get to that amount of need in the ramp program, not the budget.
To get to the $6 million funding level, we will make sure that there is $6 million funding in ramp available.
Chair Stephen, if I can give you some background, my thinking on this was that the initial proposal was to use late fees, and they estimated as they have structured late fees in the past, they expected a budget of $6 million. And then I wanted to change the late fees. I was convinced by that in the record and reduce it, but I didn't want to lose that budget. So I put in a budget of $6 million. So now they'll put all the late fees they do collect towards it and then make up the difference with shareholder dollars and make sure that they are keeping that budget as they had initially estimated it to be, if that is helpful.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that was, I think the confusion is a budget of no less. I think the budget is of no less, but I think from Xcel, I mean, the budget is no less. But if for whatever reason it's slightly more, that's things that you could address with us or even choose to do and deal with it in a future rate case or whatever. I mean, that's just normal rate making, isn't it?
Madam Chair, I think we've created some confusion with two different decision options. I think the way to think about it now is the budget is $6 million as we walk out of here today, assuming you adopt 50-15 and 50-15B, as I understand you're going. I think that's the budget. We will use that budget, hopefully to meet all of the need. If there is more need, maybe there's additional discussions down the road, but I don't see a way it would go above or below. It's just, that's what we're establishing, $6 million, and the company's making sure we hit that $6 million. And that's what we had.
I'm comfortable with it, so.
If I can, Chair Stephen, I have one, I think, minor question, and I apologize, Ms. Kaler. Can you put up the modified 5018 again? Staff reminded me that we didn't have a timing for the third-party evaluation report. I wanted to just float 2 years after the program starts, or is there a good timing for you? I don't think that this is super time sensitive, so we just want to make sure that you have enough data and time to give us really good information.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Partridge, that's along the lines of what we were thinking, around 2 years, but we were also thinking, if the third-party evaluator were putting in that report something around May 1st of 2028, we would have good data from, a couple of years of doing the program, but there would also be time that if we wanted to propose that ramp continue and shift then from shareholder funding to the affordability surcharge, obviously we would need to make a filing and the commission would need time to think about that. So we thought, not pushing too late in 2028 would be good, but something like May 1st might work.
That works for me. May 1st, 2028. File a report regarding its filings no later than May 1st, 2028. At the very end there would be my proposal.
And then, sorry, Commissioner Partridge, sorry I'm slow. So for 2026, is it per year? It's $26 million up to, and then $6 million in 2027 and $6 million in 2028. Yes, everybody's not. Okay. Good deal. Any other questions? Then Commissioner Partridge, did you make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Madam Chair, if we could, and this is where I'll cause everybody to groan, this is where the mile 21 of the marathon comes in. I'd like to just isolate the apportionment decision. And I know this drives everybody crazy, but apportionment is extremely important. Unfortunately, it gets tacked on at the end of a rate case and we're all exhausted. But it's why we were created, and we have great legislative authority, broad legislative authority. So I don't always like to just pick one, but I think some of the analysis was good here, and I don't think you're far off with your recommendation. So I'd like to isolate that. If we want to vote on the other stuff first and isolate that, I have nothing, but I do want to isolate a conversation around the class cost apportionment.
Okay, so Commissioner Partridge, starting at the beginning, or you want to skip the beginning then?
I want to skip
The
first.
5001 to 5004?
Yep.
So do you want to start at 5006?
Yes, that sounds great. Okay, so here's what I've got. Residential and small commercial customer charges, I move 5006. C&I demand class rate design, 5007, 5008, 5010, 5011, 5012, 5013, 5014, Residential Arrears Management Program, 5015.
Is it modified or?
That one was not modified. 5015B, 5018 as modified, and then low-income discount, income-based rates, I move 1023 as modified. And I think it's now been renumbered to just 23 for clarity. It's from volume 0. Street lighting, 5023, 5025. Super large customer tariff, 5027, 5029. Late payment and reconnection fees, 5033. New Partridge, 5033A. 5037. Conservation cost recovery charge, 5038. Excess footage charges, 5039. Winter construction charges, 5040. Dedicated switching, 5041. Fuel clause rider, 5042. Late fee revenue for 2025, 5043. ATO, MTO dual feeder service, 5044. And 5045.
Any discussion on Commissioner Partridge's motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
What am I supposed to say? Opposed? Hearing none, the motion prevails. And then back to class cost of service section. Just to tee this up for the discussion,
Put that up on the screen.
Commissioner Tuma is passing out his notes.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be.
It is. It actually are my notes. It's from the record.
Well, that's what I saw here, so. But this is in the record.
The table's in the record. Obviously, my notes are my notes, and you'll hear them in a second. So this is from, if you remember, I mentioned this last Thursday, was I really thought it was beneficial, the staff putting together the class cost actually was in the ALJ's record. The class cost of service study results. And again, we don't pick a class cost of service study, but we look at what the trends tell us. And I thought when we look at this, I thought it differed a little bit from where Xcel was going, a little different from XLI was going. And it's if they got the volume 4 one, there's two pages. They should have got both of them, but this is fine too. You can live with it. But when you look at table 1 from volume 4 at the class cost of service studies, 3 things stood out to me. First is residential and large commercial and industrial, which is demand. As usual, are pointing fingers at each other, but when you really look at the studies, what this tells you, if it's a positive, they have room to take more of the share on. If it's a negative, they're actually having more of the share than what would be indicated by the studies. And so when you look at this chart, what it tells me is that, frankly, residential and commercial, again, pointing fingers at each other, and, you know, OAG has their class cost of service studies, XLI has theirs. When I look at both of them, they both would indicate that residential and large commercial could take on a little bit more of the shared responsibility. What stands out to me, small commercial and industrial, is showing that it should be relieved of some of the burden of the share it has. Every single one of the studies indicate that it's a negative. And they would seem to be, and the ALJ pointed this out, that there is some relief that is owed to the small commercial. And that lighting, universally across all those studies, is indicating that they are actually having less burden than what the class cost of service study shows. And so on the back page, I have what I kind of think is an alternative to what you recommended, Commissioner Partridge, and I'll just kind of walk through it. This is basically table 1 of just highlighting the present value, the present revenue that's raised by these classes, Xcel's proposal, which is what the motion that Commissioner Partridge put forward. And what I note in there is that, first of all, one could essentially keep residential and large general flat at the present level and still allow for an increased share of lighting and a decreased share of the small CI. And if you increase the small CI, it is not justified, which is what Xcel does. And the ALJ even noted that, saying 3.6, but I felt that XLI's 3.9, and then later in the second year, 3.00, is more aligned with that table 1 from the class cost of service studies. I believe, if you believe that large demand, and this has been the argument for Mr. Maraska for his clients over the years, is that due to the nature of the way things have worked, there's a misalignment between residential and large lighting, or I should say large demand, and that there should be an adjustment upward for residential and downward for large. And you could still do that if you adopt what I call the mashup. And then the class cost of service study, again, supports lighting taking on a little bit more responsibility. And what I like to point out is when you look at flat, you could essentially keep residential and pretty close on large. It's pretty close to the same, but it's up a little bit, and still allow for the adjustment of small general having less to share and lighting have more of a share. And those are XLI's recommendations. But closer to where you were, Commissioner Partridge, is what I call the XLI mashup, and that's where you would put the residential as recommended in both years by Xcel and by your motion. You would do XLIs where you convert so that the small commercial is taking less and that the lighting is taking more. It would mean a little bit more for the large demand, but it's still a downward from where it was. It's up a little bit. Actually, I say it's flat because I'm a dyslexic, and so 5.68 is the same as 5.86, but we'll go with that. But it's pretty close. And like I said, if you look at the class cost of service study, there is room for them to take a little bit more. And so I'm kind of thinking, you know, I would move probably flat, but to get closer to where you're at, I think the Xcel XLI mashup, I think would accomplish where you were going, I think, with adopting Xcel, but still accomplish what I think is an important switching to take a less off of the small commercial and put a little bit more on lighting. So that, I don't know if that would be of interest to you. This, you know, like I said, this is important. This is one of the decisions we have a lot of authority on, and that's what they put us here for. And so I always like to wrestle with it a little bit. I don't think Xcel's and the DOC supported proposal is all that bad. I think the big mistake that it reaches is it doesn't address the small commercial and the lighting mismatch. And so that's what I was trying to accomplish, what I call the Xcel XLI mashup. So that's what I was thinking.
So how would you effectuate that as a motion?
You would adopt, you'd have to adopt a different, I can't remember the number on which number it is on the.
It would be a different.
It would be a different apportionment, yeah. I think there usually is one.
Oh, and do we want to hear from parties since this is new?
We can, it's new. Like I say, I think the record's pretty solid on it, so I don't really have any questions for the parties. It's really our decision, but I'm happy to hear what their thoughts are. But yeah, I don't know. It's up to you.
I don't know. Commissioner Sullivan?
This is why I had this discussion before about the conservation, is because I look at this too, and I mean, I listening to what you just said and kind of thinking it through and having reviewed it, I could be supportive of what you're doing here. But like, one of the concerns that I have is that these studies are just fundamentally missing something. And that what they're fundamentally missing is that we have a significant amount of conservation that's been occurring in the residential and the commercial class and the residential class. And that's not, and now Mr. Maratska's clients are, because they have chosen to be exempt, and I know you disagree, I totally understand that you disagree with this, but that because they've chosen to be exempt, like now they're basically kind of reaping what they sowed. And if we move back over too far, we would basically be kind of solving the problem for them, that everybody else would now be subsidizing them. Now, what I'm hoping is that that's not what the future sales forecast will show. When we have that decision option 3007, I hope it'll show that the exemption has indeed been working as we get kind of flesh that out. But my concern is like, and again, like I'm comfortable with what you're doing, but I think this is a good opportunity for me to say, this is what I'm thinking about, is that, you know, when you have done conservation for a long time, it changes your usage, it changes, you know, your impact to the peak, your energy consumption. And like, I kind of am like skeptical of these CCOSSs just at baseline.
And that's why we take several CCOSs, and that's why I was hoping you kind of see.
And I agree with that, yeah.
You know, that I'm not picking one. I totally disagree with picking one and going with it. I think you look at trends that they show, and I think the trends that they're showing, like I said, I think you could just keep residential and large industrials flat, or you know, don't even have to mess with them. But I'm okay with where Xcel was going with it. I'm not too bothered by that. And so, frankly, if what you're saying, then you would probably want the flat, the one that says flat there. But to me, I think it was critical that we address, I think, the imbalance between the small commercial and the lighting. And that's the one that I've been really trying to get after. And it's small, it's a small play, but I think it's important. I think those numbers are pretty stark that says we should do something there.
All of them, they all basically come in around like there's a problem there.
And not to further complicate this, but I had supported the ALJ and the OAG's recommendations for this, but, so I would probably need to ask you more, like, what's the difference between what you just explained, Commissioner Tuma, and that, but maybe in the interest of making a decision today, and I think Commissioner Partridge in her thing had said she was fine adopting 5001.
Which is Xcel's, yeah.
Which you said you were close to. So what would you do again? Just adopt, how do we do this?
I would adopt class cost of service revenue apportionment based on the, what I would call the XLI mashup numbers that are in the filing, yeah.
Do you think that, okay,
I'm looking to Robert to see if that makes sense, yeah. He's not.
and it would be clearly calculable for parties to do it too? Commissioner Partridge?
Thank you, Chair Steven. Thank you, Chair Steven. So Commissioner Tuma, this is a bit embarrassing, but can I just talk through what you're proposing here? Sure. Okay, so the residential, based on what I had in my preferred decision options, residential would stay the same. The small commercial would come down a bit. The C&I demand, so the large commercial, would actually go up ever so slightly. Is that right? From 55.68 to 55.86? Am I seeing that right? My eyes transposed it first.
So here's where maybe I'm wrong. I thought you were okay with what Xcel DOC was recommending. And my understanding is, based off of present revenue, residential would go up from 39.59 to 40.12, so it goes up.
Okay,
C&I demand actually gets worse. It goes from 3.16 to 3.29.
What is the Xcel column? Is that?
That's what I understood was your motion.
So Xcel column residential is 40.12, and then the XLI mashup is 40.12.
Right.
So that's the same.
That's the same. Yeah.
And then the C&I, the small customers under the XLI mashup, that would go down a little bit, the small commercial.
3 point.
And then the large commercial would go up just a tick.
Yep, 14, I think.
And then the lighting customers would also go up just a bit. Is that the one you're proposing, or am I just off?
You're right. So it's the far right column.
So
that I think is closest to where you were at. That's what I was trying to say.
So to Commissioner Sullivan, to your concerns, I think that the large general would actually take on just a titch more of the apportionment. And then the only thing that really changes in any significant way, I think, is probably the small commercial. And then the lighting customers, they're changing just a bit too. I mean, it's such a minor adjustment. I have to say, we should ask parties if there's any concerns, but it is a pretty minor adjustment over what I was thinking.
That's the way I look at it too. I look at it in a sense, like I said, I would go with flat if it were me, but looking at where you were trying to go, I was trying to channel that, but still accomplish that adjustment to lighting and the small commercial. That's really, and I know it's small, but I think it's still significant for those customers. So, yeah.
And just to be clear, the reason that I was kind of interested in it is because I know in the small commercial, all of the models converged around them getting less. Yeah. So I also looked at it like it's just kind of inching a little bit.
And that's why I didn't think the ALJ went far enough. I know he was probably trying to protect the residential, which I typically go towards. But in this situation, I thought it made sense to gives more room to actually accomplish the small commercial lighting change that I was looking at.
Okay, so do any parties not understand Commissioner Tuma's motion or the numbers in it? Mr. Maraska?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just, I guess, point of clarification, because the concern that XLI raised with respect to Xcel's revenue apportionment was that it was going to increase the subsidy, not reduce the subsidy. And the mashup appears to convey that XLI supports moving further away from where even Xcel was, and it's small amounts, but it's, I guess, trying to understand the origin of the CNI demand number when it's characterized somehow as attributed to XLI is confusing.
I don't want to indicate that. I took how you did lighting and small commercial, and I was backing in my own number for the large. So I don't want to attribute that to you. So if I seem to indicate that, my apologies. I just like the way that you dealt with lighting and small commercial. I thought that was more accurate than the ALJ's recommendation. Obviously, I have to back into a number, and you were who I was backing into, so my apologies.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, rear-ended noted.
So Commissioner Tuma, do you want to make a motion for this?
Sure.
Just for this? If off of your, or Commissioner Partridge?
I don't even know how.
Sorry, did someone else want to speak? Mr. Sathi, hi.
Chair Stephen, Commissioners, no, I had just come up to, if there are any questions, or the questions on this, just to be clear, it's moving lighting from 0.86 from what was recommended to 0.9 and then almost doubling that to 0.93. That adjustment, is that what's being proposed? Okay. That's not, obviously the SRA does not necessarily support that, but I know you weren't asking for comments on the
No, but it's fair if you wanted to just clarify that and note that you don't like the mashup.
I would like to note that we do not like the mashup, Commissioner.
I assume that from the
Public
get-go.
benefit of the streetlights? No. You know I'm the streetlight guy, so I won't belabor the point.
So, Madam Chair, I would move decision option 5004 and to adopt the apportionment based on the Xcel XLI mashup, which I don't want to, I probably should just say, so that residential is 4.12, CNI demand is, non-demand is 3.09, CNI demand large general is 55.86, and lighting is 0.93 for 2025, and for 2026 residential is 40.46. CNI non-demand is 3.00, CNI demand large is 55.61, and lighting is 0.93. And not to attribute that to either Xcel or XLI. It's Tuma's motion.
My apologies, Commissioner Tuma, I didn't see Mr. Schultz had his hand up, so.
Sorry, I apologize.
On this, Mr. Schultz.
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, the OAG greatly appreciates the direction that you're going with for the small commercial class. I would note, obviously, we're not as excited about the residential share being what Xcel recommended, but certainly, appreciate the small businesses getting a significant break.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. This number looks small, but this is because of apportionment. But it can have a real impact to the residential customer. So in addition to we are increasing their rates, this will shift more toward the residential customer. So we should understand what we are trying to do. My quick calculation, it will have a 1.42% overall additional increase to the residential customer.
That's why I like the flat, but like I said, I was trying to, so it's...
Flat, it was not, flat was what the ALJ recommended too.
No.
I mean, for residential.
No. I think he went down. I think he was your number, which I was 38 something.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact number, but I think that residential share we recommended would have gone down. I think we certainly prefer the flat of the options here. Flat makes the most sense to us, but.
Yeah, OAG was 38.87.
Oh, okay.
Chair Stephen, for background or just context, I do not have my initial proposal was not based on a very strong opinion. And so I am very open to other apportionments. I agree, one thing I think about, certainly we want businesses to be competitive, but every business and every worker is a residential customer too. And so I do think that that fact is important to keep in mind. So I'm very open to other apportionments and look to you all to.
If you're open to it, like I said, I would have gone with flat, but I didn't know where your position was. And flat was going to not make Mr. Maraska happy because he was going to take a small percentage of his share and move it back up to residential. But like I said, when I look at table 1 of the section 4, it really sheds to me the light that they really are kind of pointing fingers at each other again and could remain flat. But there also is an argument that there has been, I think Commissioner Sullivan not liking it. Flat would be something I think that you would lean towards as opposed to the mashup. So, and like I said, that's my first place, but I was trying to look for maybe compromise where compromise wasn't needed. Sure. So.
Commissioner Hom, do you have a preference between this?
So given the number, I prefer flat, but I think I'd like to consult with the staff what was the ALJ's number before I make a preference. But I think we have to be very careful. Looks very small number. It can have a impactful number at the end of the day with a dollar amount.
Let's take a 10-minute recess and come back at 5:40. The commission stands in recess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's good direction.
Yeah. The commission will come back from its final recess. And Commissioner Hom, I think
Thank you, Chair.
you
Steve.
should make a motion of what you think is best in this case, and at least I'll support you in that.
Thank you. Yeah, I quickly calculate potential residential impact. It is not a bill impact because it's apportionment, but apportionment-wise, if we deviate from ALJ to the mesh up, that's a 1.5% deviation, but I think, 3.5% deviation. So that's why, I don't know, I couldn't calculate actual bill impact. What it means, residential customer will have a higher bill because Xcel is getting more money today, but in addition to it, we are adding more burden to the ratepayers. Actually, ALJ finding, at least for the 2025, residential customer will burden less than as of now, and then slightly higher in 2026, but still a lot better than meshed up. So that's why I prefer to just move the ALJ recommendation.
I disagree with you there.
Wait, turn your mic on.
Oh, sorry. I don't have any problem. If you want to do something different with those two categories, fine. I still think the ALJ did not go far enough and make a significant enough move on the CNI and lighting. And so I still think that CNI and lighting should be as indicated in my decision option, where we're going 3.9 and or 3.09 and 0.93. So you can do what you want with the other ones. I'm just saying, I don't think he went far enough. I don't think the OAG went far enough, and I don't think any other parties went far enough, given the record from the class cost of service study. So, if you want to offer, the ALJ and then adjust, the lighting, I would be open to that. So.
And if Commissioner Hom, you just want to offer the ALJ recommendation straight up, like was developed in the record, that was where my brain was at coming into this, even though Commissioner Partridge, laid out that she was for the Xcel proposal. So in the interest of just like moving ahead, what do you want to do? And then we'll see if there's a third vote. Or you could try to explain to us, or not try to, that sounds disparaging, but, or you could move Commissioner Tuma's idea, which you'd need to explain what the numbers are for me then.
Yeah, thank you, Chelsea. But even flat is a increasing proportion for the residential class compared to ALJ recommendation. So that's why I'm comfortable with ALJ recommendation.
Not what they're presently paying. And so that's what I'm saying is that even though the ALJ is a good anchor, I have not a problem with it. I just think when you look at the class cost of service studies, it doesn't indicate that residential should go down, okay? And so that's why I was trying to go with flat, because I think that's what the class cost of service studies support. But if you want to do the OAG's proposal with the large demand and residential, what I would recommend is going to 3.13 for small commercial general and 0.93 for lighting, and then 3.5 in the second year, 2026, and 9.3 for lighting, and that starts accomplishing some movement in the appropriate direction for them. But I would disagree with you. I don't think we need to do the OAGs for residential. I think we could keep residential flat from what they're presently paying, because that's what the class cost of studies support.
So you can support your flat then?
Yes, I would support my flat. That's my first choice. I was trying to find.
Yes, given that there is a trade-off between 2025 and 2026 for residential customer, I think, yeah, I can move the flat to, yeah.
There we go.
And does everybody understand what that motion would be?
The motion would be, Madam Chair, 5004 with the apportionments laid out in my flat column. And Robert did double check that they add
I'd
up.
strike the word XLI from the.
No, it's just flat. The XLI doesn't exist. So
Yeah,
it'd be-
but 5004 includes the
Oh,
word
yeah,
XLI.
take out,
so
yeah,
just
take
strike
out
the
those.
word
Yeah, that was
XLI.
just descriptive, yeah.
You're talking over each other, sorry. So Commissioner Tuma, you moved the flat
Numbers only.
numbers in your chart. And do the parties understand what the motion is too? Just to be clear, yes. And Ms. Kaylor, is that enough language? And do any commissioners have any comments on that? All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails.
And thank you for indulging me. I appreciate it.
Do we have any other housekeeping motions? Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for bringing this up late. We noted that in her papers, Commissioner Partridge had included decision option 5019 to allow us to increase the threshold for the low usage. We couldn't tell if that was included and wanted some clarity, and if it wasn't included.
I think it was included in your motion, but we can just move it again.
Sure,
If
it was
that
my
was your
intention.
intent.
Yes, low-income discount income-based rates, 5019, and my apologies if I failed to say that.
So all in favor of Commissioner Partridge's motion on 519, please say aye.
Just let me just read it really quickly.
It's
That was a
moving.
23, wasn't it? I thought 23 had replaced it, but I guess I'm.
No, 5019 would just change the eligibility threshold for the low usage program from 300 to 500, and they were undersubscribed, so they weren't even hitting their budget at the old threshold. So my apologies if I skipped that.
So all in favor of Commissioner Partridge's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. Anything else we missed? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate your patience with us today, and we really appreciate all the staff's work on this as well. So with that, we are adjourned.
Minutes.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks for using WebEx.
Guys.
Visit our website at www.webex.org.